Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. Welcome aboard to Dreamy Dreamland with Sensei Bob. So, I am getting my ducks in a row here in the digital universe. I got my phone to do what I wanted to do. Hey, Miss Lindsay. So those shows that I shot on my phone now are on my channel that you can see. And I'm doing my best to figure out what I'm doing. So, anyway, I got, people are getting me to contact them on all kinds of apps, and I'm experimenting with different platforms and seeing, maybe YouTube isn't the only universe I can be in. So I'm doing that, doing my homework. And this weekend, today is Friday, and tomorrow's Saturday, and Sunday, the 16th, and Monday. These 4 days are astronomically very instrumental. There are things going on above us and around us that we don't see that affect us greatly. And that's why I keep speaking to the practice of conscious intent and conscious awareness. And when you can be consciously aware, when you know you're 20 and you're 360, what is 20? 20 is a logo, a term that firemen, policemen, ambulance drivers, military folk, and truck drivers use. The truck driver, he gets a signal from his buddy, hey, Charlie, got your ears on? What's your 20? Meaning, are you hearing me? On the old CB. And the 20 is, where are you? What's your location? Where are you at this minute? That's your 20. 360 is your awareness of 360 degrees. And not only that, how 360 degrees in any direction, meaning, like 3 blocks away. And when you have that kind of awareness, A, you know what's going on. B, you can take advantage of what's going on. C, you can be in perfect timing. And to achieve whatever you want to do, you pretty much have to be in perfect timing. Yes, you can have synchronistic moments when things just happen and it's great, right? But it's much better to be responsible for the moment. And, there is a interesting story about Jesus walking on the water, and that he wasn't really like walking on the water, like he was like floating or something. No, he was walking across this body of water that had fishes and turtles, and he was stepping right in perfect timing with the fish as they swam by and as the turtles were swimming by, and those creatures were large enough to support Jesus as he walked across water. Perfect timing. And so that is what you have the opportunity to, in every day and every way, by taking the piece of the earth and making it stronger through love's co-creation and doing your best and not worrying about being perfect, because you can't be. You don't have to be perfect. Just do your best. And one of the tools of that is this 20 and 360 perfect timing. So if you can, we all have experiences that are similar. And one of them is this sense of grace or ease, right? Like I said, when things just come together synchronistically, and you do amazing things and you weren't even thinking about it, right? It just kind of came together. And that is going in the flow, being in that space. And ease, I want you to visualize, get into a space, sit down, relax, put yourself a place where you're safe and secure. Take that big breath in and you breathe in that prana. And your chi coming up from Mother Earth creates that circuit. And you become an animated, conscious being, not just a mud puppet, right? And by doing that, you can access any information, any situation, and come out on the other side in a positive way. Howdy, Lynn. So, Lynn, I want you to I want you to do by going into a state of grace, into a state of ease, and visualize sometime in your life that, let's say you were in a park, or you were on a beach, or you were in the forest, and you sat down and you weren't thinking about what you had to do, what was going on. You were just in that state, right, of ease. And I find films as a great metaphor for the things I teach and when I can say this scene. So many people have seen the movie Forrest Gump. At the beginning of the movie Forrest Gump, when the credits are rolling in the beginning, there's a picture of that southern home that Forrest was born in, and it's a too long shot, right? And so it's a crane dolly that kind of dollies in, and as it's getting close to the house, and you're seeing the peripheral area and people and cars and the area, it's an amazingly genteel and at ease space. There is no conflict, there is no friction, there is no upsetness, and a feather, comes floating into the frame, and then out of the frame, right? And then Forrest is born, and the movie takes place, and all the stuff that goes on, and then at the end, when his there's a raisonnement. I mean, the film is ending, and Forrest is sitting there with his son, who's brilliant, and Forrest has the IQ of a 8-year-old, but he's gone through he's gone through college. He's a football star, gets medals from Vietnam. Best friend of Lieutenant Dan. You name it, he's done it. And all these phrases. Everything of that 80s period, Forrest, 70s, 80s, Forrest Gump is it, right? And at the end of that movie, again, the crane shot dollies back from, Forrest and his son back to that bucolic home and the landscape all around. And then again, the feather comes wafting through the frame and goes away. And that is that state of ease, where there is no conflict, there is no friction, it's just you're at ease. And that is what life is meant to be. Because if you're not in ease, you're in dis-ease. And at this time in history, and of the last 60,000 years, which is basically the, tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow that Hamlet was talking about, when Shakespeare wrote Hamlet, the end of the play, he's talking about, this never-ending essence of dis-ease. There is no, in Hamlet, there is no ease. There isn't a part in Hamlet where the guy is just kicking back. But from this moment on, if you can be at ease, you can accomplish anything. You can do anything. You can overcome. Look at me, I'm just last week and the week before, I saw my high high price doctors. And, they've been taking care of me now for 6 years. Why do they take care of me? I sought them out. This is here in Roanoke. There's Korean, this big gorilla of a, almost militarized HMO, medical HMO. They got, a medical school. I mean, it's thousands of people, right? Well, they're an institution that delivers your basic mediocre healthcare that America is so fond of. But there's so many doctors and nurses and technicians that amongst them, there's some excellent practitioners of their trade. And when I was just getting into that system, and I was given a doctor who was a total moron and told me what drugs to take, and I tried them out and they were terrible. They had side effects, and hey, I can't take this. Oh, I'm the doctor. I know best for you. I said, fuck you, man. Next doctor, please. And it took me, I don't know, 3 or 4 months to find this cadre of medical people who take care of me. Because I'm an outlier meaning I have a lot of things wrong with me. I should be dead, but I'm not, right? And I am a guinea pig for them, meaning I represent so many different aspects, and I can talk to them knowledgeably about medicine because I was a healer, an alternative healer, and they respect that, and that's why they take care of me. And I don't, in America, you get health. Really, the only good health care comes from 2 things. If you have no money whatsoever, and yet you are knowledgeable and a patient that gives the practitioner an experience that they don't have in any other way, because they, medical practice, that's what they're doing. They're practicing. They're not medical masters. They're practicing. So anyway, I found 5 good practitioners, and they appreciate my sense, and their hospital gets enough money from me being poor that I get good health care, right? And because I have no money to pay for anything, whereas everyone in the middle, they get the worst, right? Rich people, they get really expensive, and usually, like my brother's a good example. He's had, in his younger years, he, as we all do, broke things and hurt things, and never really let it heal. And so now that he's in his 80s, he's he both hips replaced, both knees replaced, collarbone and shoulder replaced, and these are all military things. And basically, the federal government has paid millions to turn my brother into a cyborg. And when you have that done to you, if you're lucky, you don't die, and maybe you get 8% of mobility, right? And so every operation he gets, he just more pain and more agita, and he gets other, operations. And so me, they wanted to chop my legs. They wanted to do a lot of things. I said no. And I, because I was a physical therapist, lost the 220, 40, 60 pounds. And I put myself to a regimen of rebuilding my body, not through the kind of exercise of like lifting weights and running, but by, walking and Tai Chi, Qigong, and hey, Jane. And so that's where we all are at this minute. We are at a place where we can rebuild ourselves, but on a shamanic level, right? And this, what's going on in the stars above us, there are so many things going on. This gives an amazing opportunity for you, the adept, to just by your conscious intent and your conscious awareness, you can change your life. You don't have to do any mystic ceremonies, burning incense, candles, sacrifices. No, just being in that graceful state of ease, right? This weekend, a lot of it's going to really snow here. So we're not going to go anywhere. what am I going to do? I'm just going to meditate and pray and write and read and maybe do, if the electricity stays on, I'll do a number of live chats here, right? So this is a great opportunity, right? So we're first, here we are, 15 minutes and 15 seconds. I love it when that happens. And it's 8 o'clock. And so I want you to all put yourself in a state where you are at ease, right? Sitting, lying down, in a place where you won't fall over if you, leave your body, right? Because the more you can get into ease, the easier it is to slide out of your body and go into state, right? And then go to your Akashic record and then go to your sanctuary of your own choosing, your place where your spirit resides in co-creation with Bob. So let's relax and breathe in that prana. And prana is photonic light, not incandescent light. And that is the energy that animates your body. You should read the works of Wilhelm Reich, because he was the Nikola Tesla of the human body. I mean, he used the same physics and the same understandings that Tesla used. And he made a thing called orgone box, which was just made from cardboard, wool, and copper netting, right? And it created an environment that energized the human body. And he worked on 20,000 different people came who had arthritis or this or that or cancer or you name it. And he would just have them sit in the box in a chair, not do anything, just sit there and breathe deep for about 20 minutes. And they were markedly healed. And if they came back 3 or 4 times, they could be cured of cancer, cancer in remission, no operations, no chemotherapy, no radiation, no drugs. And he, for, a good 20 years, he worked on 20,000 subjects, and they were subjects. I mean, he scientifically did this research, and this guy was a real scientist, right? He wasn't some hack, He had studied with Freud. He was a psychologist. And he kind of went into the discovery of this through psychology, through his experience with his patients as a psychologist. And he realized he started, working with people who were neurotic and psychotic and sociopathic and you name it. And he realized that they also had other maladies, physical ones, right? And so he realized that if he healed one or the other, it would help heal the other. And so he, as a scientist, measured everything and started to discover this energy that he called the orgone energy. And that was like the energy of the orgasm, right? And not so much of the ejaculate or that coming part of the orgasm, but the buildup, right? And then the release was, if it could be done in a controlled way, allowed the individual to experience not only elation, but this ease, right? And when you could be in this state of ease, there was no dis-ease, right? So that's what I want you to believe in your Vision Productions official. Hi, Bob. How's everyone doing? We're doing fine, B. And we are doing what your title, believe in your Visions Productions official, right? And I guess that term official just gives the authority of the individual to believe in their vision, right? And to produce the outcome that is desired, right? So everyone just kind of slip into that ease. And when you're in this state of ease, there should come a vision of what you want your conscious intent to be focused on, right? And I'm going to get up here because if I don't, I'm going to start to rust. So I'm going to stretch a little bit. And I'm going to reach over here and get a copy. Woo! Almost lost that there. Get a copy of Bloom's Healing Runes. Excellent book. You should go get it. You could go on Amazon and don't get the new copy that comes with the runes. It's best that you make your own runes. But I don't even use runes. What I do, see, there's 25 runic symbols, metaphors. And what I do right here are the 25 pages, right? And I ask the subject to think of a question, right? So I want you all to think of a question, right? And so here are the 25 runes. And here they are in Gaelic, right? And here they are on the other side in English, right? And really all you need is this book because the majority of the pages he describes the runes and how they are and how they work and what it is. And it's focused on healing, right? So I'm going to flip through these. So I want you to think of a question, right? So there's, let's see, at least 6 of you there. And I'm going to be flipping through this here, right? And I want you to think, well, all of it, you're going to think of a question. I'm going to pick one rune, and it's going to fit all 6 of your questions. And you're not all going to have the same question. And you should put it in the syntax of what do I need to do to manifest this thing that I'm going to have conscious intent for. So, whatever that thing is, you're going to energize it with conscious intent, and you're going to use what you're all going to pick for this. So, okay. So everyone get yourself thinking about the question, and it's like, what do I need to do, right? And I'm flipping through these 25 pages here, and I'm just going to stop, and I'm going to read the rune, right? Okay, here we go. Okay. So this rune that I'm going to read represents the obstacle, right, to that thing you need to do, right? And basically right now, the thing that we're doing is to be in ease, right? And the obstacle that causes dis-ease is this rune. I wish they made it bigger print. And the rune is a 4 rune, and it looks like that. And it is that, grief. So this is the obstacle for all of you who are watching this and will be watching it. Drawing this rune, look to care of your heart. For the heart is where the deepest memories of grief are held. And when grief's wounds will finally be healed, meaning it's your heart will heal these wounds. Rare indeed is a life that has not been touched by grief. Whether the grief you are feeling is in the present or an old sorrow, you are now strong enough to face and remember this sorrow. Without the experience of grieving, you may never move beyond that which has caused you so much sadness, so much pain. Be it the death of a child or a spouse or a friend or a loved one, a parent gone, but you've never truly mourned. Accept your grief, and embrace it. For it is the depth of grief that we come to know the value of life. Meaning, if you're not ready to die, if you're not ready to understand death that surrounds you at every turn, you can't live. And without understanding death and understanding grief, you will always be in dis-ease. There will be no ease in your life. Grief brings ease. Ask yourself, is this room is a messenger sent to connect you to the grief of another, someone who is overwhelmed with grieving and sorely in need of a friend, simply to listen or share their tears of grief, grief wears many masks. Meaning, the essence, meaning one thing that I do here on Dreamy Dreamland, I've experienced so much pain and sorrow and loss that I understand grief very clearly. And I had nothing to do with my family for most of my life. I mean, they were there. I would see them at Christmas. I go, to my mom's birthday. But other than that, where all my brothers and sisters work for my parents. They were like every day under the thumb of my parents, and their being able to pay the rent and eat was. My parents said, "You're fired," or "I hate you," or "I'm going to cut you." No, and they couldn't do anything about it. Right? They had no control in their life. I had nothing to do with my family. Period. I knew it. From 6 months old until I was 32, pretty much. And my parents had War of the Roses with my brothers and sisters over it because my brother, my oldest brother, he was, he made 40% of that business. Yes, my dad started it. Yes, my mother had all the ideas, the business plan. But my brother was the logistics guy who made it happen, right? And so when my parents were going to retire, and my brother started to move in to, take over the business the way he wanted to run it, my father said, well, no, I'm still the boss until the day I die. Even if I'm not here, I have the okay on everything. Don't do anything without my say. I'm God, and if you don't like it, you can leave. And this is after my brothers and sisters worked there 40 years, and so they had this gigantic blowout. And my father forced my brother to buy the business, which my brother worked on for 40 years, for $2 million. Nice dad, And my father made, tons of money off my brothers and sisters. My oldest sister was great on the phone, as customer service. My other sister was great at shows. She could really sell. And my brothers were logistic guys, right? So, me, I had nothing to do with it. Because I was the youngest, and every time I even came close to getting involved with these morons, they were all like, "Oh, you're gonna," my brothers and sisters would treat me like my father treated them, and I said, "Sorry, I got things to do. Catch you later." But when I was 32 and this war went down and then got settled, um, my father said, "You have to take care of us." And I said, "Fuck no, I don't have to take care of you." And he said, my parents were in their 70s when this happened. And they went on and on about it. And then one day I thought about it and I said, I'm going to take care of you guys. But I have some, I'm only doing it when you guys, because my mom was the hostess with the motors. She was a party girl, loads of fun. My dad was like adventurous, over the horizon. They had a good sense of humor. So when they were in their good mood, they were fun to be with. My brothers and sisters never really got that because they hated them because they were being controlled for 40 years, plus all the teenage years. And anyway, so I got into it. And they were in their 70s. I thought they'd be dead in 5 years. They lived another 28 years because I took really good care of my parents, right? Didn't so much take good care of me, but I took care of them. And I wasn't there 24/7. I was always 30 miles away. If they needed me, I could get there. But otherwise, and I would get there regularly if they were in their better self, and I could feel it 30 miles away. Right? My dad said, "But what if I fall down a staircase?" I said, "Well, it better be a good day, Dad, or I'm not going to be there. Fuck you and die." And I used to say that to him. So the other thing, I'm a writer. So I would write and write and write everything I ever felt about my parents. And my dad had this thing where if you put a piece of paper in his hand that had writing on it, he couldn't help himself but read it. So I just, for a whole year, just gave him 10, 20 pages a week of how I felt about how my parents, who and what they were and everything. And stop it, I can't take it. Ah! And my mother would just correct my spelling. Right? So, anyway, within 2 years, we were having a good time. And and that's why, I had a house in the Keys and a house in Stewart and one in Jensen Beach, because they were about 20 miles away from my parents on the east coast of Florida. So close enough to, get there, but far enough away that I couldn't just, right? And I never really answered the phone, right? And I kind of, because I could sense what they needed, where they were. I had, 411 on all their, medical needs, blah, blah, blah. So when my parents died, I had said everything I ever wanted to say. I had 28 years of having a great time with them instead of, I hate my brothers and sisters still don't have this. And they do the thing that Freud talked about, that they idolized my parents and never saw them as human beings. They put them way up on a pedestal. And then they became a demon, right? And they were either God or a demon. Me, they were just my parents, and they had good points and bad points. I had trained them that if they were to wield their crappiness, I wouldn't be there, period, right? Just wouldn't fucking be there. If they were in their good moods and they were going to be fun, not a problem. Be there, right? I'd have fun with it. So I have great 28 years of amazing memories, and that's what life's about, having memories. Memories we live the children of our parents. We live not by what they told us to do, but by their example. And so I put my parents in a position where they could be their best self. So my experience of them is their better self, not their worst self. And their worst self, I sometimes I just couldn't get out of the way. But I knew it was coming, so it never hurt me. Boo-hoo-hoo. No, it's just, oops, I should have gotten out of the way of that one. And it was not a big deal. And so when they died, both of them, I had great, and I also, I was with them, especially my mother. I was right there with her. I kind of saved her life. So she had about, 48 hours more so she could, get her last rites, and she could, my sisters could have some moment with her. But she didn't really give two hoots about my sisters, right? Or any of them. The only person she kind of enjoyed the company of was me, right? So, and my father too. but he never ever frigging said any time once in my 62 years of knowing him that he loved me. Now I knew he did just by his actions, right? And when he died, my dad was in a position in the Air Force where he was up there. So we have a place in the military thing where only the high holy military folk get buried there, and their whole families. So, like, what's his name? The guy who was head of the CIA under Ronald Reagan. He's like right behind us, right? And the guy who was doing the NSA for George H. just over there, right? So we're in Tall Clover neighborhood. And when my dad died, he got the full Monty, the 6 airplanes and the one shooting off to the side, the jet planes flying overhead. And they had real guys playing music. When my mom got buried, she got one guy who had a plastic gun and a plastic trumpet and a boombox. And he pushed the button, and the boombox had the recording of 21 shots. So hit the plastic gun and bang, bang, bang 21 times. And playing the taps, he had the plastic trumpet, and boombox had that. My mom got that. My dad got the whole Monty, right? And after my father was put in the ground, the Air Force had like a nice brunchy thing for everyone, the family and friends. And I had gone with my dad many times when I'm going to Edwards, or I'm going to, this place or that place. He said, "Hey, you want to see a nuclear, above ground nuclear test?" "Sure, Dad." I was 6, just before the nun. So when I pissed that nun off, the vivid nuclear explosion was, I gave her the real vision of what a nuclear explosion looked like, and she freaked out so much she killed me. But I was sitting with the generals, right? Now my dad, these guys were his buds. All the generals flew aircraft. My father didn't. So when they were captains, my dad was a lieutenant colonel, right, during World War II. And he ran not only bases, but he ran whole wings, right? So he did all the logistics, supplying cigarettes, toilet paper, bombs, bullets, you name it, to the planning of the missions. So my father, when they were in Europe, he sent close to 250,000 men to their death, because more soldiers in the Army Air Force died per capita than, like the Navy had, 4 million guys in the service. The Army had about 3 or 4 million guys in uniform, and the Air Force had 900,000, right? And my father sent 250,000 of them to their death. In the beginning, when they were bombing Germany or France, and Germany had air superiority, the U.S. Air Force, LeMay, was sending guys out during daylight, where the English were sending the guys out, in night, so it was harder for them to get shot down. And but we were sending our boys out in daylight, which they were just easy pickings. So they send out 1,900 airplanes, and 3 would come back, each aircraft with 10-man crew. So my dad had a lot of PTSD on that one. And so, but he did not falter. He, kept the whole thing, the circus, above ground and working. And all the guys who were his buddies, who were captains and then majors, became generals because they flew airplanes. And they stuck at it. They put in their 40 years. My dad left after about 28 to make real money. He started his own business and blah, blah, blah. So when we were having this nice little brunchy thing after we put my dad in the ground,
There were 8 of these guys, and I had known them all. I met them many times. And we were sitting around, and they're getting a little blasted, and they're telling stories about my father. And they're not only telling stories about my father, they're telling stories about me. Like when I was, between the ages of 6 and 12, when I would go off, because my dad had quit the Air Force probably when I was, about, when I was still with my grandma. And he started working at this corporation and learned things, how to run it. And then my mom came up with some ideas. And then one of the guys from that who had some money, they started a business. And then my dad went and did his own thing. And they, he wanted to be a millionaire, and he did. And that's the thing about America. You can do that, even if, and my dad was Italian, and being Italian was like being, black. It was like being below black people. In the 1920s and 30s, Italians were, on the lower rung of below the black man. And but my dad, he wasn't dark Italian, and he looked like a movie star. He was always, the day he died, he was handsome, and he was a football star. I mean, he played for the New York Giants when he was a senior in high school and when he was a freshman in college at Manhattanville. Anyway, so these guys are telling all these stories about my dad and me, and they said when they started telling stories about me, they would say that when you are in that level of the military-industrial intelligence culture, and it's a transnational thing, it's not just in the United States. My exposure to it through my father made me realize, I remember being, like I said, at this above-ground test, and there were Russian generals at this test. And this is the Cold War. Why are they there? Because it was all a friggin' hoax. The Cold War was a hoax because we needed an enemy. So we had, so we would have the reason to build all those bombers and missiles. And once they put ICBMs, merged ICBMs aboard atomic submarines that could hide under the water, they did not need to have, ICBMs sprinkled across the United States in silos, because you can't move those. The Russians know where those suckers are. And they are all over the country. And, that would be the first strike target if Russia ever would, or anybody would ever do an attack on us. And by hitting those silos, that would be enough. Let's say there's, there are more than this, but let's just say there are 100 land-based ICBMs, Minutemen, sprinkled across, and they're not just in the West. They're not just in Idaho and Nebraska. They're like virtually every state has a nuclear tipped target, meaning in every state, there's 3 or 4 things that are going to get whacked by a nuclear weapon if there's ever an exchange. And that's, so let's say there are 100, missiles that come in and detonate in, the United States. That's enough Earth, radioactive, ionized Earth that will be lifted into the troposphere to kill everyone on Earth, right? Even, if Russia were to launch that and do something that would stop us from launching any weapons at them, they'd all die. If India and Pakistan were to exchange 50 nuclear missiles at each other, that would lift enough Earth, radioactive Earth into the troposphere to kill everyone on Earth. Just 50 missiles. The United States has about 50,000, and so does, or maybe, no, Russia and the United States, they each have about 25,000 nuclear weapons, whereas China maybe has 2,000. France has maybe 1,000. England has maybe 3,000. I mean, if you ever seen the movie Doctor Strangelove, Stanley Kubrick's film, it's a farce, and he made it in a realistic farce to represent how stupid it is to have this many nuclear weapons just hanging around almost. And we have almost launched nuclear Armageddon 50 times in the last 60 years, right? And we've actually, turned the key, pushed the button, sent the signal, and it didn't work because virtually all of these weapons are made by the subcontractor of the lowest bid, right? The Minuteman, you go to a Minuteman missile silo and their software, right? They're floppy disks. They still use floppy disks. And their floppy disks are 12-inch by 12-inch. They're not even the 5-inch by 5-inch. That's how old, and they still use that. So what rune did we pick? We picked grief, right? And I wanted you all to look at your grief. And I was just giving you a historical reference of the last 60 years of our modern Cold War world of this grief. And this grief is used against us. Grief is a healthy thing. But the fear and the self-loathing that stops us from grieving is the thing that our culture manifests in the essence of materialism. And that's the beauty of what's going on. Since Jack got whacked, we have just constantly been doubling down on this violent self-loathing and fear, right? Because that's the only tool the hidden hand has to manipulate the public, and but it has come to a point to this weekend that the majority of the folk have taken the red pill, the Matrix, and what's his name says, take the blue pill and you'll go home and wake up the next morning with a hangover and you won't remember anything. Take the red pill, you're going to wake up and see what really is going on. And the general public, through either, choice or, just by happenstance, they've taken the red pill. And a good portion of the population is starting to wake up, right? And the only thing that is real is love. So when the generals were putting my dad we put him in the ground and we're having a thing, and all they talked about, pretty much, because I was the only one of the family who sat with my brothers and sisters all sat over their own table, and with a few other people who they thought were important. And they didn't really know these generals like I did, right? And when my mom would have these parties, my brothers and sisters had nothing to do with that. They would want to go out with their friends. And because I was so young, I was like 7, 8, 9, and all my brothers and sisters were teenagers, and often, my oldest ones were in college and the other ones were in high school and out at the prom or whatever they're doing. And I would be there and I would just be sitting, and I still didn't talk well and I still stuttered, and I'd be listening and feeling their energy as they told these stories. So anyway, there I was, 15, 20 years later, sitting at this table, and they're telling these stories, and they're all telling stories that I haven't really heard about my dad, and then also watching me at these Air Force Base running around in my camel's hair coat and my suit, as my dad would always dress me up. And they would say that my father, whenever he talked about the family, the only person he would talk about was me. And he said, that's Al, my son Al. You just can't believe the stuff he's doing. God, he would tell these stories to these guys, his buddies who are now generals. And And they said to me, your father loved you more than you can even imagine. And the fact that you took care of him for 28 years, he and his mother, they lived at 28 years because you took care of them. And we talked to them in those 28 years. And instead of talking about the wild, crazy things you were doing, they were talking about all of the beautiful things that you were bringing into their life. And they couldn't thank you for that because that's how your father was. And your mom, she kind of told you in her own way, but still, it's not quite the same as if they were like your grandma. They all knew my grandma. And they said, you were lucky. You were brought up by your grandma. You weren't brought up by your parents. Look at your brothers and sisters. Look what they're going through. And to this day, my sisters don't even remember, their lives don't start until they're about 18. They don't remember any of the young stuff. I mean, and they don't remember my father. My parents were like gaga for Christmas. And my dad, because my mom was German, and her whole remembrance of Christmas as a little kid and all the way through was they would go cut down a Christmas tree and drag it into the house and put candles on it. And that's what we did. And my dad, no matter what base we were at or where we were living, he would just go find a Christmas tree. Like I remember one time he cut a tree down in Mr. Orr's backyard and dragged it into our house and put it up. And Mr. Orr, who was like he was way older than my dad. And so he knew my dad when he was he knew my grandfather. He was a friend of my grandfather. And he knew my father when he was like, the football star and the Air Force hero. And so my dad would do shit like that. And Mr. Orr would come, Ray, what kind of, and he wouldn't he would just say, come on, stop it. And my dad would never stop it. I mean, I still have a skill saw that my father went over to his house like in 1958 and said, hey, Steve, can I borrow your skill saw? And he never gave it back. Mr. Orr would come and said, Ray, I need my saw. Oh, I'm not done with it. After 43 years, and Mr. Orr dies. And when I was cleaning at that, I found Mr. Orr's saw. I said, I'm going to take this. And I'm going to put it in a sacred place in honor of Mr. Orr. But that was my dad. He bought a house because it had like an acre's worth of Christmas trees. And for 8 years, he would cut one down and we'd all drive. I mean, those are the kind of great memories I remember. My sisters don't remember shit about any of that. My brother, no. Mm-mm. Or, I remember stringing popcorn and, cranberries with my mom and putting candles on our tree, right? Not electric lights, candles. We had electric lights too, but my mom had to have candles on the tree. And my brothers and sisters thought it was like being in a prison camp because we made the Christmas decorations, right? Now, my sisters hoarded them all. They have like 1,000 of them and they never gave me one. I painted a painting of my parents. There's a photograph when my parents got married during the war. And my dad's in his uniform and my mom's dressed up like a movie star. And my dad, in the Air Force, he always had a photographer taking pictures. So he had some good pictures of them. I took those and I painted really nice painting. It was about, 4 feet wide, about 3 feet high, a oil acrylic painting. It was the last really good painting I did. It's photorealistic. I was, my style of painting was trompe-l'oeil, which is ultra realistic. And so anyway, I had that in, there, and I was planning to take that with me. But one of my middle sister took it back to where she lives. And, when I came back to the house and said, so where'd the painting? And, I don't know. They all said, I don't know. I never saw a painting. And it had been over the fireplace for at least 20 years because that's, like I said, that was the last painting when I probably was in my late 20s when I'm still painting like a painter guy who's, going to sell his paintings at the whoop-de-doo place and make millions. but I was doing so many other things. But you know, and that's what Mr. 420 always said to me. Because Al, stop screwing around with all this. Just start making art, and I will buy it from you for a lot of money. I said, Ivan, why do that? I do all this other stuff for you. You give me about the same amount of money that you give all the other up and coming artists, and I get to do whatever the heck I want, and you can't tell me what to do. And I have fun playing around with all of your money. So why would I trade in having fun with your money and using all of your power and prestige to make me, for all the things I want to do? Why would I give that up to be your art slave? And I probably make more money than those. I mean, yes, so you sell those paintings for 50, 60 grand a pop. Those guys are only getting 15, 20 grand. Yes, maybe they'll be famous and make a lot more down the line. But, I've watched you do this, and really only a handful become really well known. And the chump money that you give those guys, they burn it off in drugs and fast cars and clothes, and it's like they were sports stars, right? And me, I do my art for my enjoyment, for my social activism, and you buy it anyway. I sell it to you, and I don't sign on as your art slave. And he just would laugh, But he would constantly, especially when I would paint, he would say, "You really, you're a great art. You should." I said, "Yeah, keep on telling me this." Anyway, so the last really good painting I did was of my parents, and my sister basically stole it. I mean, it's good that she took it, but she lied that she didn't have it, and I only found out it because she took a picture, the last Christmas card. Well, not last, but one she sent in the early, middle, when was it? 2010. Last one I got before I was like poor and on the bop all the time. She sent me a Christmas card of her new house. And there's the fireplace, and there's the painting of Mom and Dad that I did, and it was like on her Christmas card, right? So I kind of did a screenshot of it and sent it back to her and said, "So this is the painting I was talking about. I want it back." And she goes, "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have, and that's my brothers and sisters, And I don't. To me, it's amusing, It's I don't expect anything other than that. Now they do love me because I have like my oldest sister when she had 8 kids, and the moron, I mean, that story is really long. It's a real long story. All I can say is that at one point her husband left her right when she had the last kid, who was like 6 months old. He runs off with the secretary, and over a 10-year period, those kids needed a father, or at least a male character in their life, and I fit it. I would come over at least, I'd take the PATH train, and then take a cab to their house, and I would hit the Dollar Tree and buy like $15, $20 worth of toys and spread it out amongst the kids. And then when they got to be teenagers, and I was ME at the Carnegie Hall and Fillmore East, and I could get into any house. And when I remember, I took my sister's teenagers who were like gaga for Kiss, and they were at the Meadowlands, and I got a car. I threw them all in the car, drove not in the parking lot. I drove in the back of the place to where all the trucks were, everything was, and I got them out of the car. Went over to the lady who I knew who was in charge of security at the Meadowlands. Got them all little photo badges so they could take it home, and it said Kiss on it. And we went and watched the concert on stage, right? And it's like all of those kids, that was like, oh, wow. But now they're in their 40s and 50s and have kids, and they look at me like, You're just too strange. And one of my, my not my godson, but one of my nephews, I took care of him and his brothers, for a good 8 years. And when he started having lots of kids, and I started doing the same thing with his kids, because they were being really programmed to be boring, just consumers. And I was taking them hikes and having science fairs with them in the park, and he said, "No, you can't do that with my kids anymore. I don't want them to be exposed to you." I said, "What?" I said, "You turned out pretty good. This is about the same age I started taking care of you." And he goes, "Well, that was then. This is now. You're just going to confuse them by, showing them art and technology and culture, and you're going to make them think. And I just want them to be able to take the test. That's all that matters is they get a good grade on the test. You're going to teach them to think, and you taught me to think, and all it's done is hurt my head, and that's the story. Now, I don't ever stop being the guy I was, so I had my influence on my whole family, and I don't see. I call them up a good deal, but it's sad because my nephews, their kids are having kids, and those kids, um, I had an influence of 4 or 5 years with them, and so I'll call them up and see how they're doing, and they'll put their kids on, and their kids are like all they're playing, they're like 6 years old, and they're got their cell phone in their hand, and they're playing a video game while they're talking to me, and it's like I hear boop 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 boop, and I'm asking them questions, and they're not saying anything, right? And then they go, "I gotta go," and or I remember this one just hung up on me because he goes, I'm out of number. I gotta, didn't even say I gotta go. It says, "I'm almost past this barrier." Click. And that's what's going on with the generations around us. And so here we are at this moment in time in history, this weekend, today, tomorrow, Saturday, and especially Sunday, the 16th. If you are in conscious intent, if you're really thinking about what you want in your life, what's going on around you, you can have something very interesting happen. Hello, it's Allie. Hey, Allie. Hey, girlfriend. Conscious intent. Yep. Be at ease. Hey, Lana. Bobo and the rest. Oh, since it out. Yep. Hi, friends. Greetings from Norway. Oh, Norway. One of the Scandinavian twins, triplets. Finland, Sweden, Norway. I used to live in Sweden, right in a place called Forshuga, which was between Gothenburg and Stockholm. And there was a highway that kind of went right from almost like through our little town, cross from Norway through Sweden to Finland. And it was kind of fun to hitchhike on that road because it had, if you went up and down Sweden, it's just Swedes. But this way, this road would cut across all three, and you would get exposed to Norwegians, Swedes, and Finns. Now, Finns were just totally, I don't even know how to explain them, but I don't want to say they're insane, but they're special, let's say that. Where Swedes are just depressed, and Norwegians are, let's see, well balanced in a very interesting way. Not boring or anything, but they kind of look at their cousins over there, and they go, "Well, I'm not going to do that." And they're close enough to the ocean over there that they have the illusion that maybe it's warmer where they are, right? And so and maybe there's more sunlight. I don't know, but for some reason, Norwegians, to my experience, was they were a little. I mean, all three of those guys, Norway, Sweden, Finland, they were all fun in their own kind of way, and especially when you took them out of their country, like if you took a Swede to Italy or Spain, and you went there, let's say for a month. The first week they'd be in shock, they couldn't do anything. But when they warmed up a bit, they let loose, And Norwegians too, but Norwegians didn't take a week to warm up. They were ready to go once they landed. And like I said, the Finns were just nuts. I mean, but in a good way, And would that be a good hi friends? Is that your screen name? Hi friends? If it is, I like that. See, and that's pretty Norwegian. Norway, their name is Hi Friends, right? That may even be that person's real name, So, so let's have little feedback. So, Allie, you still with us? What's your feedback on what I've been talking about? What do you think? And what is you have a perspective? Our friend Allie, she's see the real interesting thing about you, the cadre, is that even though you're from all over the freaking place, which I love, you're not in any one place. You're not like just a mile away in the shopping center over there. You're all over the planet, right? And even though you are extraordinarily diverse in cultural and every other aspect, you are of one blood. You are brothers and sisters from another mother, and you're all have a connected tissue. The cadre here, that's why you're so special. There's a connected tissue amongst you that, I know that you understand it and appreciate it, but you may not understand and appreciate the depth of it. I mean, I watch how you communicate with each other, and I realize, you'll have a special affinity for each other, and that's why you're the cadre. That's why you're the cadre of the adepts, right? Now there are subscribers, and then there's a ton of people who watch this who haven't subscribed. And why aren't you subscribing? Come on, get on the shtick, guys. Subscribe, push that bell, comment down over there. Push me above 500 so YouTube has to up me on the algorithm. A number of years ago, I don't know if you ever remember this, I did a Jerry Lewis type of telethon because right now I'm at 455, or it's kind of upping a bit, right? And I got to 498, and I was like, come on, 2 more, call up your brothers, get 2 more subscribers. And it was going on, I was doing that for about 5, 10, 15 minutes, doing the Jerry Lewis thing. And then it got to 499, and it was like, just one more. And it went down to 315. It's like, what? And that's when I think it was Buddy who said, wow, Al, you must be doing something right. And that's what I love about this whole crew, is that you're all there doing something right, And someone else made a comment. It was, they were going, oh wow, Sensei Al, you're just, you don't realize how great you are. Well, and that's kind of true. It wasn't until I was in my mid-50s that I realized that no one thinks like me, right? And that, no one has the perspective I do. Not to say that that's like, like, oh my God, I'm better than anybody. No, it's just different. And I kind of realized it because I was getting hired to do stuff I really love to do, to like read books, ancient books, things that most people don't even read. And instead of writing some really boring, stupid piece of crap about it, I would be able to forensically take it apart and use, I would be given this information to suss out, to look and have a perspective at something that somebody wanted to do, right? And so they coined the phrase that I was a demographer, right? That I was a historical demographer looking for economic trends. I mean, that's kind of the bailiwick I kind of fit into for about 12 years. And when I was, hanging out in the Ivy halls of being a itinerant scholar. And, my employees and my supervisors would constantly say, Al, you do not fit the mold. You do not. That's why you alienate and antagonize the scholastics because they're scared of you. You're not like them. You just don't fit in, and yet you have an authority that they can't even muster, right? And our friend, the People's Saint of Truth, goes on about, when he gets up, freaks out with me. He said, "You just are too cool. You're trying to be so cool." And that's not even me. But people can perceive through their projections that's me. And so, but the fact is, I don't think like anybody else. And my perspectives are totally different. And that's why I don't believe anything, not even myself. But I don't disbelieve either. But the one thing I do have is faith in love's co-creation. And that's what you guys in the cadre are. And you don't, you're getting to understand this. But you are love's co-creation. You are the we in me. You are so say we all, and you've got it like inside, and you're starting to realize it in your everyday. Also, my real name is Sanjay. This is just friendly YouTube name. Yeah, it is a friendly. Hi, friends. It's a very nice. I like it. I like it a lot. So I'm either going to call you. I'm going to call you sometimes Hi, because I have a dear super duper friend who's real Jamaican Haile Selassie Rastafari, and his name was Hi. Right? So I will call you Hi, and I love the whole concept. I hung out with Amish folk, and they in this little town I lived. I was the only non-Amish guy there, right? And I was like sent there to kind of study these people. And these guys are not stupid. And just because they don't drive cars and don't have electricity, anyway, so they would call me friend, right? And that was a special thing for them, right? Friend. So, hi, friends. That's you. So you're hi or friend, a buddy. Yeah, a buddy. So, hi, friends, in my lingo is a buddy. So, anyway, so that's where we're at. We're at this very special weekend. And if you, focus on your conscious intent and your conscious awareness and you get into your 20 so you can have perfect timing, man, you guys are going to be unstoppable. A handful of you doing your own thing in your own way, talking to each other. And I hope you guys are talking to each other outside the chat, that you are trading your email addresses and talking to each other, because you all call me up on WhatsApp or a number of you have hooked me up to whatever point-to-point free phone service you're using, and I'm using it. And and I actually fixed all of those YouTubes I had on my phone that weren't ending up on my channel. I fixed it. I figured it out, and John helped me out too. So and also Anthony started me down the pathway, and so did Lena. But Lena, there's a song about Lola, and every time I, say her name, I think of that character Lola. And Lola was this nightclub singer who just had everybody, men and women and animals, wrapped around her little finger. And that's how I see you, Lena. You are that. Her name was Lola. Da 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 da. That song by whatever that guy's name is, that Las Vegas guy. And that's how I see you, Lana, as a Las Vegas singer star. You're like a star in my cornucopia of the universe, And all of you guys represent some astronomical entity, right? So, and that's the cadre, right? And the cadre is a word called constellations, right? And that's where all the stars live in a neighborhood or an apartment building. And the cadre is that like the movement of that constellation. And that's you guys, right? So you are truly amazing. And that's why I do this. Otherwise, I wouldn't do this. I don't need to do this. But because you're here, I do it. And so, hi, friends. How long have you been part of the channel, right? I have sensed that you've been here a while and you haven't really got into the chat until maybe tonight. Or have you? Because I don't see everything, because at least in the chat, I see everything, but not everything in the chat because my eyes aren't that good. But all of you have been here for a long time, and some have been here a long time and never been on the chat. There's a lot, like I said, there are a lot of you who watch this, and I mean, there's a number of people who've gotten a hold of me on my email. And again, you want to get a hold of me on my email, that is the dudeawake42@gmail, the dudeawake42@gmail. And if you want to throw something on my PayPal, which I really, really love, because it's getting that time a month when I start pinching my pennies. I paid somebody off for lunch in pennies, nickels, and dimes. And I basically just scooped them out of my pocket and put it on the cash register table and said, "Keep the change." And I went out laughing. And the person was like, wait, like I'm like ripping them off. But I went there a couple of days later and they said, you gave us basically an extra $5. Don't you need that? I said, no. It's an act of faith. I just scooped them out of my pocket and put them on there, and there you go. And that's whenever I live in a place long enough, or not even though I'm there just a couple of hours, I touch people like that, right? And so that's what I'm here to do, all right? To be your griot, tell you stories, open up your mind, make you laugh, make you cry, make you ripple like a reptile. So anyway, where are we? Let's see. Conscious intent. Energy. Yep. It is energy. Yep. Conscious intent is energy, right? And it's focused energy, so you can really do something with it, right? Be at ease. Yep. It's the flow, right? Boo, 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 boo. Lana, are you still working tonight, or did you get home? So it's like it's 9:00 here. So you had 5 hours. That's like 3 or 4 in the morning where you are. Yeah, all you guys in Europe are night owls. So the Sundre. That's a pretty name, or a handsome name. Or again, I love the fact that you guys are also androgynous. I mean, you're not, but your presence on the chat is I mean, Alana, it's definitely Jane. That's definitely right. Yeah, that could be almost anybody, But there are 4 different fishes on the chat, and one's a guy, but the other 3 are women. So I can kind of tell energetically your gender. But the other interesting thing about gender X, there's this word that comes from the Phoenicians, and in Latin, it's exog. See, I can't pronounce it. My mouth is, this part is that way and this part is that way. So certain consonants and other vowelistic things to a word, sometimes I can't quite get it. Right? Can't make my mouth do it. Plus, my esophagus is not where most people's esophagus is, and the part that breathes air into my larynx comes in a whole another direction than most everybody else's does. So, and that's why after I got murdered by that nun, for 3 years I didn't really speak, because I would click and whistle like right, and then stutter, really stutter. And what has given me my linguistics is that I was taught by this speech therapist, Lex. He was totally about the word logos, right? He was really about etymology, about every little parcep of the word. And he, spent a year reorganizing the way I talk to be extremely specific. And he said, when that little brain of yours that really zips along, that's why you stutter, because you're thinking about 50 words before your mouth gets to it. So if you slow that brain down to be real specific and pick the perfect word, or the best word that you can put into a sentence, you'll stop stuttering. And I stopped stuttering, and I still, and if you listen to me, especially if you play the tape back, you can hear where I'm about to go into a stutter, but I stop and I think about, and when I stutter, it's a mechanism I have in my head that does that, and I don't stutter, but I start to stutter. And what it is, my brain is going, nope, that's not quite the perfect word, and let me go through the RAM here. I'll get it. Oh, there it is. That's the one. And then I say, it's not the perfect word, but it's a better word than the word I would have used that would have caused me to stutter. So my whole life, I've been taking, and I've had amazing people who just stepped in. And instead of me being crushed by the situation, it's actually always turned out to be a great gift, and made me better, and made the situation better, and enabled me to serve love's co-creation in a better way. And that's why I don't go boo-hoo-hoo. I tell stories that are like entertaining and interesting and edifying, and I'm not like and I may tell the same story a few times. I mean, I've done almost 2,000 of these live chats, so yes, I'm going to repeat myself a little bit, but not that much. Not like most people. Most people have 8 stories in their lexicon, and if you hang out with them, you hear it over. And so I took care of my parents for 29 years. My mom never told a story. My dad told stories all the time, but he only had 8 of them. So he didn't, when he meets somebody new, he would tell a story, and that's a great story, right? But if they saw him again, he told, that's why he didn't have a repeat. Plus, he was a great athlete. So when he played tennis or golf with people, he would crucify them, right? And my mom was kind of like me. I mean, she was really a human computer. So I wanted to take her to Las Vegas. She could count cards like nobody's business. She was like, Rayman, right? and she would kill people in bridge and and poker and blackjack and you name whatever card game there is. She always had to win, and if she couldn't win by her amazing skills and memory, she would cheat. I remember one time, a bunch of her, my sister's kids, and there were about 8 of them, and they were between the age of 11 and 6. And, I showed up with a whole bunch of board games, and we were playing Chinese checkers, right? And my mom was cheating like a rug. She was like breaking. She's just taking other people's marbles and just making her line go. And what are you doing, Grandma? You're cheating. I'm not cheating. She was doing a Donald Trump 30 years before Donald cheat. Donald cheat. So let's see. What else is happening? Oh, yes. Again, remember, if you want to get a hold of me, that's the dudeawake42 at Gmail, dudeawake42 at Gmail. I want to throw something on my PayPal. I love it. And when they ask for what's the email, that's the dudeawake42 at Gmail. It still works, and it's still magical, meaning it always is, it's always important within the construct of my economics, because every that account that it goes into is the thing that I pay certain automatic payments, right? And like my phone and my car insurance and a few other things, and you guys always put in just enough to pay it, and so and I have to start paying those bills around the 21st till the end of the month. So anyway, that's that little bit of business. And so, like I said, this weekend is very important that we all focus on, our conscious awareness of our 20 and our 360, and our conscious intent on what we're going to do. If we're going to go traveling, if we're going to have a new adventure, all of the above. If we focus on this weekend, we will be in ease. There will be no anxiety about whether I'm going to get this or do that, or this will work out. It will be in ease. Let's see, who's there? Candace. Hello, Bob and folks. Hello, Candace. Good to see you. Good to see you all. Shalansha, a little Gaelic for you. And so one of you was saying, what's the term? Morbid, right? One of you was talking to me and said, Al, you're really amazing. I have all these stories, and sometimes you're just, even though you're funny and you're in good spirits all the time, you have this kind of sadness about you. And I tried to explain to them that, I've died 6 times, you could be a little morbid, but, I've probably lost 50 dearest friends. My second wife died in my arms. I have a lot of experience with sadness, right, and grief. But I have exercised it my whole life. I've used it to not just go ooh boo hoo boo hoo, but to celebrate. Like my mom died. I was right there when I was there in her house. The night nurse came in at 3 a.m. and said, "I think you better come and see your mother." And my mom was in the throes of the death rattle. That's when you're dying and you have a pulmonary failure, and instead of being able to breathe, and all the liquid goes in your lungs, and the rattle is you're basically drowning. It's a very scary, painful way to die, right? And in the refrigerator, we had these boxes of this drug, morphine, right? Because her heart was going like, when I took her pulse, it was 210. Her blood pressure was like 250 over 7,000, and she was about to explode. And So I hit her with morphine, and because she was choking, she was, and it was rattling. It's a very scary thing to hear the death rattle, right? And there was this other drug that dried out her lungs, but there's a real, if you give them too much, they basically, the lungs turn into, dried out tissue paper and rip, and then they bleed to death in their lungs. So there's a real, and I had, normally they have, a mobile lab right there taking their blood, telling you which way to, there's a sit thread rate and an oxygen level rate and a few other things that if you're in a hospital, they have that equipment right there and then on the crash cart. I didn't have any of that shit. All I had was my fingers, and I just kept taking my mom's, cranial sacral pulses. And so we hit her up with the morphine first time, and we called the nurse to show up. And it's about 3 a.m, and the woman who was there was not so much a nurse, but she was a CN, right? And so she was a person who took care, washed them, fed them, cooked the food, kept them company. And I got 3 really great women to do this for my parents. And this one woman who was anal retentive, who loved cleaning up my father's shit. My father couldn't control his crap. He would bend over. He couldn't bend over because if he did, he would shoot shit out of his butthole like across the room. It was like the most amazing. So the sunroom was the only room we let my father in because did it ever smell? But this woman loved to clean up his shit. It was unbelievable. So that was my A team, right? These 3 women who took care of my mom and cooked and took care of the house, and this lady who cleaned up and cleaned my dad's shit. And my dad was so out of control with his bowel movement, and it wasn't turds. It was like brown chocolate milk, and he'd shoot it out of his butt like a fire hose. And he was banned from all the supermarkets and Walmarts and Lowe's in the surrounding area. I mean, they actually had a picture of him with a line through it at the door. It was quite humorous. And my dad loved, and he had this trick that was pretty, and this is very endemic of my dad. I remember one time I was like following him in my little, this is when I was still pretty sick, couldn't walk. So I was, in, the shopping go-kart, battery-powered shopping go-karts they have at Walmart's. And I was behind him, and he would wear these super baggy pants. And when he would just kind of pull it, he put his hand in his pocket and pull the pants leg away and put his leg a little further away from where it would be. And he would it'd be like a rocket ship. It would wouldn't touch his leg, wouldn't touch his pants, but it would leave, a mud flood all over the floor. It was like, and that was my dad in the last years. And he had other idiosyncratics. But anyway, my mom's, this lady comes in at 3 a.m. and says, hey, you better come in here. So I take her pulse, and it's like a zillion, she's about to blow up. And her eyes are popping out of her head, and she, and gurgle, it's like pretty scary shit. So I said, this box on the fridge, it's got the white with the Red Cross, bring all of them in here. All of them, she knew what it was. I said, yeah. Each box had a EpiPen of morphine, an EpiPen of this stuff that would dry your lungs out, right? So, I gave my mom an EpiPen into her heart of the morphine, which is, you're not supposed to do that. But I needed to stop her heart. Not, stop it like dead, but stop it from blowing her up. And the other one I put into one of her lungs. Again, you're not supposed to do this. You're supposed to shoot both these things in the hip and let the body metabolize it. But I shot it straight into where it needed to go, so it wouldn't take 40 minutes to get there, which is totally against protocol, but I did it. And so didn't do anything, right? So we wait 5-10 minutes. We've already called the nurse. She should be here in the next 40 minutes or whatever. But I'm the only person who's, my dad's asleep, with The woman said, "Should we wake your father?" I said, "You got to be kidding me. You want to clean up his shit?" And she goes, "No, you're right. Well, just let him sleep through this." And she goes, "But what if your mother dies and he's not here to say goodbye? He'll be very upset." I said, "Good luck with that." So anyway, I gave it 10 minutes, still nothing changed, and I shot her again into the heart. I mean, and these are EpiPens, so they didn't go like, it just kind of went into general neighborhood, right? Not straight into the heart, but a lot closer than in the thigh. So, and I put one in the lungs, and again, nothing. Third time was the charm, right? Got her there, and it kind of knocked it down by 20%, right? But she's still gurgling away, so there's still loads of liquid in her lungs. And like I said, there's this fine line to use this drug to dry her lungs out to where it dries them out and then she can breathe, or it dries them too much out and they rip and she bleeds to death in her lungs. So, and I had none of the tools that could tell me what to do, right? I just had to, and I was basically doing, dousing my mother. I told the lady, I said, "Go in the closet and go get two, metal hangers, the wire hangers." And she said, "Really?" I said, "Yes." And in the kitchen, there's a drawer with the tools. The one that cuts, they're called side cutters. And it says Klein's on it. Bring that to me. So I clipped them and I made 2 L's and I doused my mother. Right. Anyway, so the nurse comes in just after I hit my mom up for the 3rd time, and her pulse is starting to slow, but it's still way too fast. I mean, she could have a heart attack any second. And the nurse comes, and the nurse got there. Should have taken her 45 minutes. She got there in 20 minutes. It was 3 a.m. I hit all the lights. Anyway, so she looks at the boxes and she goes, "You've hit your mother up with 3 of those boxes?" I said, "Yep." And she goes, that's more drugs in your mom than the Rolling Stones, the whole band, has used in a year. I said, "Yep." So she's still alive, but look at her. But she had the oxygen thing. She had a real good blood pressure cuff. She had this other thing that she could prick the finger and get the SIDS red. And so she said, "Boy," and she goes, "How did you don't have any of this. How did you how did you measure?" And I said, "I used 2 metal hangers." And she knew. She looked at him and said, "You doused your mother?" I said, "Yep." I said, "It's just like looking for water or any, because this woman's pretty smart, and pretty old. She's seen a lot." So she's just kind of shaking her head. She goes, "But, yes, you've dropped your mom's, heart rate and blood pressure by 20%, but it's still, she could blow up any second. So there's one more box. I would say," and I said, "Yes." We hit her one more time, 4 times the charm. And she goes, "But it's also, that's enough to OD your mother." I said, "She's already, she's, she's not here. So let's just see if we can keep her body around." And so she goes, "Okay." So she administrates, and she goes, she sees like my mom's chest is like a pincushion. And she goes, "You've been shooting this straight into your mother's chest?" I said, "Yep." She goes, "Boy, you are from the Wild West." I said, "Yeah." Anyway, so she goes, "Okay, I'm like taking over this show. So I'm going to put it where you're supposed to administer it. And yes, it probably won't go straight into your mom that you did it, but hopefully this will, because we have no more to give her." Right. So I said, "Yep, let's do it." She goes, "You make the yep, you do it. I give the call." So we did. So she's getting ready to do that. And I go into state and I go hold my mom's hand and put my, do my Vulcan thing. You put these 2 fingers up here and your thumb back here and hold the person's hand. And you can, depending on what state they are in, you can go into their subconscious with them. And I went in there, and there my mom was at 31, gorgeous, belle of the ball. She had this amazing apartment house in Forest Hills that she worked for this really rich guy, and he was really rich, but he had no cash to pay. My mom had a nursing service. She ran the nursing college, and she used all her students to go take care of the rich guy's grandma. And she didn't quite get cash, but she got jewelry, and she got apartments that she then put her friends who had no place to live in because this is the Depression. And she had this amazing place. I had a ballroom and had 8 bedrooms, and it was like an amazing place. She brought all her brothers and sisters from upstate and got them all jobs in New York. And anyway, and all these rich guys, she had these things every Friday and Saturday night where all these really rich, guys would come in their tuxedos, and she would have an amazing evening gown, and she would flirt with them all and have sex with the ones that she wanted to get pounded by. And that was my mom. She was a party girl, right? And so I go into state, and there's my mom, with all these guys around her, and she's flirting with them, and they're she's having a great old time. And it's like 1934, and she's at the height of her power and fame and beauty. And she, my dad's not even on the scene yet. And she kind of looks over and she goes, "What are you doing here?" She's looking right at me. I'm her youngest child, and she is in 1934, and it's like 27 years before I'm even born, and it's probably 62 years from when the time we're in her house in Florida, and she's there in 1934, and she's saying, "What are you doing here?" And everyone, the whole ball, and all the guys flirting with her, and all the people in evening gowns and tuxedos, that's all going on. It's a movie, and yet the other movie is my mother and I talking to each other. And she goes, "Well, all that shit you shot into me, boy, that feels awful good. That's why I'm here, man. This is great. And you are and that's when she said, "You are my favorite. You've always made me happier than all those other kids. Why did I even have them?" I said, "Yes, I know I had them because I'm a Catholic, blah, blah, blah. Yes, but I'm having a great time now, and I am not going back. You're not going to get me to come back." And I said, "Come on. You haven't had the last rites. You for years you've been paying off that priest down the street, Father Larry, so he'll be immediately on target to come and give you your last rites." And she goes, "You're right. Okay, I'm coming back." And so I come out of state, and the nurse has got her, things on. She's losing my mom's chest and her heart, and got this other device hooked up to her. And the doctor shows up, and it's about 7 in the morning when the doctor, because the nurse had called the doctor, and I've been hooked up to my mom like this I said, "How long I've been?" I said to the nurse, "How long I asked the lady who took care of Timothy. I said, "How long was I there?" She goes, "It was pretty strange. You've been hooked up to your mom for the last hour." And the doctor, he knows you, the nurse knows you. They didn't even question. And anyway, so I came at it, and the doctor says, "That was pretty interesting way you dealt with your mom. She owes you your life. She might even get better. I mean, all her vitals are like stable and coming to normal, and you shot her up with more morphine than humanly." I said, "Yeah, that's my mom. She's a party girl." And he started to laugh because he had known my mother for a long time before she got sick. Anyway, so he said, "That was you're she always told me that you were a doctor." And he goes, "But I've known you, and you're like a doctor of everything." And I said, "Yeah, well, that's why people call me doctor, or the doctor." And people would say, "Well, what do you got a doctor in?" And my mom would say, "Everything." I'm so proud of him. Wow. Anyway, so you know, the the lady who was there for the night, Timothy, she had called up Father Larry, and my father comes in. The doctor's there, the nurse is there, Timothy's still there. The other lady who comes in, so there's like four people there and me, and my father goes, "What's going on?" And you know, the doctor says, "Well, your mom, your wife had." She almost died, and she's not in the best, but she's stabilized and pretty amazing. She might even come back. My mom did that twice, right? And so this is the third time in. And he turned to my father and said, "And your son was pretty amazing. Your wife would be dead. Her chest would have blown up, and her heart would be stuck." And he was being very graphic to my father. And the lady who liked to clean up the shit kind of grabbed him and pulled him out of the room and stuck him on a toilet. And then, he emptied his colon and came back and smelled like, ah! And just when my father came back smelling like, ah! My mother woke right up and said, "What's that smell?" And looked at him and said, "Get out. Honey, get out." And that's kind of was the relationship. And about, so the lady brought my dad into his bathroom and hosed him down and deodorized him. And basically, Timothy, the other lady, the cleanup lady, and my father went into the kitchen and made breakfast for all of us. And the doctor, the nurse, and I kind of stayed with my mom. And my mom, when she said, "Get out," kind of was there for a little bit and said, "I'm okay. I'm just waiting for, Father Larry. I just want my last rites, and then I'm out of here." And the doctor said, "Well, Wilma, you're 103, and you get to choose, and you're doing it in a pretty your kind of way. And you know your son." And she goes, "Yes, I know what he did. He came to visit me." Anyway, so she conks out again and, starts snoring away. And then, another nurse comes in and stays with her. And so the nurse who came, at 3 a.m, she and the doctor and I went out and had breakfast with my dad and the other ladies. And we were all telling my father that, okay, this is probably going to be your wife's last day on this earth. So prepare yourself. And you should be. And I've been preparing my parents to die for 28 years. And my mom was already, she had seen enough death in her life. She ran hospitals. And my dad, so thousands of people died in the war. I mean, anyway, he was as prepared as he could be. And then the phone rings, and it's my sisters, right? And they were supposed to show up that day. And they both said, "Well, we have," both of them said, "Well, I have something else to do." I said, "Mom's dying." "Oh, she's dying? You're sure she's dying? Is she dying? Is she dead yet?" "No, she's not dead." "Well, I'll come tomorrow." "Will she be dead then?" "Probably," because my sisters were all they were interested in was my mother's jewelry. That was it, right? Because all of my siblings didn't quite get along with my parents, not like I did. And anyway, so 10 o'clock rolls around. We all half the people leave. The doctor leaves. The nurse who came at 3 leaves. The other nurse stays there. Timothy leaves. The other lady who's, that was her time to be there in the morning, is there. And the lady who cleans up after my father's fire hose diarrhea is still there. And so the Father Larry shows up. And my mom is like, and he walks in the door and comes to my father and goes, "It's Ray, I'm here for you, blah, blah, blah. Just put the check in the mail." And my mom just wakes right up. "Father Larry, get over here. Let's finish this up. I got things to do, places to be, people to see." And, he's freaked out by my mom because he thought she was already dead because she looked at she popped right up, said, "Come on, let's do this," right? So we all go out, and he gives, communion and confession and last rites and brings it in. We all pray, and my mom conks out again, right? And so My dad takes Father Larry to the door. I'm left with my mom and the other nurse, and I again do this to my mom, and you know, and she's back in the ballroom having a great time, right? And she goes, "Why are you bugging me? I'm here. I'm happy. I'm not coming back." What I said, well, the girls haven't showed up. Wouldn't you like to still be around when they show up? And she said, "Fuck no." And I mean, she's used, fuck this, fuck that. And my mom was not a person, as we were kids, to curse, but she's like, "Fuck this, fuck that." And she said, "Those girls are just fucking cunts." Really, ma? And she said, "Yep." And so anyway, she goes, "You can come visit anytime." I said, "No problem." So I unplugged, and my mom's just snoring away, and she's and the nurse is watching after her, and I go and I talk to my father, and I gotta move. I'm gonna be like this. Yeah, baby. Okay. Let's see. So anyway, so the next morning comes, and I'm gonna drive the 60 miles to Fort Lauderdale, and my sisters are all of them are supposed to show up within a half hour, coming from different parts, and so we get I get there. My oldest sister gets off the plane, and she wants to get and I said, well, the others haven't shown up. I said, well, drive me back home. I said, Mary, I've driven 60 miles from their house to the Fort Lauderdale airport, and now you want me to drive back another 60 miles and then drive back another 60 miles and then another. Yes, I'm the oldest. I'm telling you what to do. Okay, fine, not a problem. So I drive her back, we get out, and I'm getting she, what are you doing? Just drop me off. Go back, go get the others. I said, Mary, I'd like to get a little something to eat and a cup of tea, and maybe we could talk, because there's things I should. You don't know anything. Oh, okay. Don't know anything. And that's my oldest sister. You don't know anything. And she's always, I've always been there for her, always taking care of things for her. And, when she needs me, well, when she has cancer and wants to know, how to, and the doctor's saying, uh-oh, and I say, well, let's get these herbs and some of these. And I taught her youngest daughter this, and now, she's an herbalist and, doesn't want to talk to me about herbs. Just, studied with some of the most intense and interesting people in alternative medicine in the last 60 years. And this little girl reads, things on the internet and buys all her herbs from, Amazon. And she's a healer. Anyway, and that is my sisters, and that is their children, and that is their worldview. And so I try to give them, I tried to talk to all of them about this, and they're like, you know what you're talking about. I'm tried to tell them about a lot of things over the last 60 years, and virtually everything I ever told them kind of came true. Now, corporations were paying me a crap load of money to do that, and I was telling, especially, and I won't even go there. So they don't listen. But that's basically the human race doesn't even listen to themselves. But what's interesting, what's been going on, in the last since Donald Trump. But I mean, it was really going on forever, and it was picking up speed with the whacking of Jack, and then every preceding LBJ, Richard Nixon, Jimmy Carter,
Ronald Reagan, George H., Billy Boy, George W., Obama, they're all the same, you know, genetically cloned reptile, right? And the human race is just, we are like in that bowl of little fish that Jabba the Hutt was like, that's us. But the red world, the red pill understanding of the worldview has been coming further and further since Jack got whacked. And we've been lied to, lone gunman, Vietnam, So never-ending wars, and so we're going to have a collapse of our infrastructure. This, I would say in the spring, summery time, maybe maybe 4th of July. That might be, Independence Day, right? But I'm actually thinking Independence Day, we're going to be invaded by aliens, right? That's the next, that's the next 9/11 invasion of by aliens. The collapse of our infrastructure is more what 19 has been, because 19 has shown the total incompetence of our political class, our economic class, and our medical class. And so, but the next red flag is, and yeah, that's probably going to be. So yes, 4th of July, invasion by aliens, collapse of the infrastructure. Oh, sometime September or October, before the next election. And then the next election is just going to be, you thought, January 6th of 2021 was interesting. Wait till the election of 2022. No computers, no electricity, no cars working, no gas pump, nothing in the refrigerator. It's going to be interesting. So this is just, I'm not saying this is going to happen. It's just my perception of the demographic dynamics of the last 100 years and the inertia that has built up to this point in time. And if you want to go read an interesting book, Candace, what's Candace saying? Oh, good Lord. Bless her heart. Yep. Let's see. Let's see. Perhaps also my real son, Candace, Bob, and folks. There's Divine Fish. Hey, since I am in the background, just wanted to let you know that I'm still here. I go to there. I was talking about all the fish family, right? Candace, you're probably quite comfortable with your own shadow. Yep, pretty much. My father dead in my arms, too. Yep. So when my mom died, what happens is, so I drop my older sister, I have lunch, I go back to get my other sister, and the other one hasn't shown up yet. She had something important to do, so she's like 2 hours late. So that sister wants me to drive her back to, the homestead, and then come back again to get the other one. And I said, no. But man, she's all alone there, meaning the oldest one is all alone with my mom's diamonds, and she wants to be there, and so I forget it. I'm not doing it. You can walk. You want to get a cab? Pay for it? Go ahead. You want me to drive you there? I'm going in that bar. I need to have a drink and a cheeseburger. And so I did. I said, and then she was like, and I said, go. Who cares? You can whine all you want. Boo hoo hoo. You haven't done squat. You haven't been here. I've been here 28 years. Well, I've been doing very important work for the Lord. I said, Oh, isn't that nice? Isn't that special? So I was like being my cheeky self. And so we wait 2 hours, and the other one shows up, so I drive him back. And as we're driving back, I'm driving my dad's real fancy schmancy Audi that has all these buttons he has no idea about. And he said, when I was down there, I'm going to give you that car, right? And I said, okay, that sounds fun. And so that was a great car. It was a super duper rocket ship, And anyway, so I had Bluetooth my phone to the car, and so we're driving along, and the car ring, the radio rings the phone, and I kind of hit the button on the steering wheel, and it's my older sister. Mom died. She died in my arms. It was so beautiful. Blah blah blah. I said, "Oh, really? How nice." Mm-hmm. Who else was there? And I said, "Yeah, you were watching TV with Dad, and Timothy was there with the nurse and the other lady, right? And she came and told you that Mom died." And I'll know that when I get there because I've been with those ladies for the last year and a half. You don't even know who they are. And you click. And this is how families are, right? This is families, right? Now, I don't hold this against any of my brothers and sisters because they did not, they grew up with my parents from birth all the way and then worked for 40 years for my parents and right? Me, brought up by my unconditionally loving grandma, hung out with all these old wise people in Harlem, then all these wise old rich people in Park Avenue area, and then I've just had those kind of my poor brothers and sisters. Like my sister went to my oldest sister went to Trinity, which is the like Harvard of Catholic girls' schools in D.C., right? And she studied literature, right? And when she graduated, she got top of her class, and when she graduated and came to, she had no place to go. She came back to my parents, and that school she was supposed to find a rich Catholic man to marry. That's why she went to that school. And it didn't happen. But she was into literature, and so I'm 16. I'm not living at home. I have my apartment in the Lower East Side on Avenue B and 9th Street, and Allen Ginsberg's my roommate from upstairs, and all these other interesting people are constantly. And if you ever want to know what I was going through in the summer of love, 1967, go watch a movie called Across the Universe. And the guys and gals who made that movie, got it 190%. And I wasn't any of those characters, but you put all of those people together. That was me. And it's all punctuated by songs of the Beatles, And so each scene is written to fit in, and she came in through the bathroom window. As the scene of this, this guy's in the shower and this girl comes through. He just lost his girlfriend, and this other woman is trying to escape from somebody, and she comes through the bathroom window, and bingo, that's his new girlfriend. So, I mean, that was my life at 16. I was like the master electrician at the Fillmore East. I was running, lots of other electrical interesting things. I knew all these people and all this art world, and it was just like rocket ship. I, rewired Andy Warhol's factory on Union Square on 16th Street. Anyway, so, but on Friday nights, I would come home because my grandma would be there, and she'd be cooking eggplant parmesan and pasta and a real deal Italian meal. Yeah, fish, salad, vegetables, escarole. She would make all my favorites, right? And my parents' place was so fancy, it was like being in a hotel. And every apartment above 19th floor up to the 24th floor, my parents were on the 21st, were 3-bedroom apartments 2 working fireplaces and a veranda that went all the way around their apartment that looked out onto Central Park and Park Avenue and up north. It was just the most amazing apartment. And and they had staff. They had a concierge and they had the desk and it had an automatic elevator, but they had a elevator operator to push the button. So you're so rich you don't even need to push the button. So my dad wanted to, I'm that rich, right? So what was really great about that place was the kitchen, and then they had this room for, because everyone had a live-in maid, had their little room bathroom for the live-in maid, and that was for grandma, right? But what they did have that was truly amazing was in the maid's room, had intercom down to the desk, and you could say, "Hey, come up," and where that where the kitchen and the maid's room was, there was a back. You didn't go to the main hallway that was all gilded and gold and beautiful and rugs and paintings. They had this other little hallway that was the service hallway and had a service elevator. And there was a supermarket down there where you could order all, like this was way before Amazon, way before supermarkets. They would deliver your stuff straight up that elevator and put it in your refrigerator, right? Or your maid would. And the other thing they had, you could call down there and say, "Hey, I have some laundry. Can you come and get it?" And they had a laundromat down in the basement. And they had these bags, and you put your clothes in there. They had a little list, and you say what it was and whether you want this starch and how that. And I would just put it in there, hit the button. They would come up, get it. And by the time, dinner was over, all of my laundry would be, washed, pressed, shirts put in boxes. And I did that every Friday. Come home, see my grandma, would talk while she's cooking. While, my mom and sister and dad were doing whatever they were doing, pretending to be rich. And I'd talk to grandma, and she, I'd help her cook. I'd chop things up or have my laundry being done. We'd have dinner, have a nice Italian dinner. And I'd come back and, everything would be in the hallway in bags and boxes ready to go. And I, put it in whatever bag I brought it in, and I would go up. And so my sister shows up. She's graduated. She, has no place to live. So my parents have 3 bedrooms, the master suite and 2 others, right? And they had this gigantic linen closet that you could live in. It's like as big as the maid's, because there's a wash, there's stuff, ironing board, all that. They have that in there. And my parents have my oldest sister. That's her bedroom. There's an extra, bedroom that they don't let. That's for guests. That maybe Aunt Gracie may show up at any moment now. And no, you have to sleep in the linen closet. This is my parents. Anyway, so, it's like early summer. My sister has been at my parents' house now for maybe 6 months. She's graduated and she's been there 6 months. And she's graduated from one of the most prestigious women's colleges in America, and the only job she can get is working as a typist in a typing pool in Wall Street, and she's making $18 a week. Right? Me, I am 16, haven't even finished high school, and I am making about $600 in cash and another $600 in a paycheck that my boss just puts in my bank account that he started when I was 9. So I could have, documentation that I had 16 years of W-2 forms. Anyway, so we had dinner. It's a pleasant dinner. No arguments, no screaming, no anything. And I'm about to go. And I said, turn to my sister. And I go, "Mary, it's Friday night. You got a date? You're going to do anything?" She goes, "No, I'm just going to go into the linen closet and go to sleep." I said, "Come on, tomorrow's Saturday. You don't have to get up. Come on, let's go out." She goes, "Go out?" I said, "Yeah, I'm going to have a potluck dinner down at my apartment." And she goes, "Apartment? You have an apartment?" I said, "Yeah, I've got an apartment." "You have an apartment?" I said, yeah. So, and my roommate is Allen Ginsberg. And she goes, what? What? I said, yeah, I thought you might like this. A bunch of poets and literary people, and the beats are going to be there. And I thought you might like this. You were a literary major, and you liked this kind of poetry. And she was like, how, what? They're my friends, And I don't tell her the backstory, but I said, yeah, Alan's my roommate. And anyway, so we go downstairs, and I've been living in this apartment, since I was 9. But my parents also lived in Long Island. I also lived in Garden City when that none, it was, I lived in a lot of places. I never really spent that much time with my family. And that's why I'm healthy and not psychotic, And so anyway, we go down there. And so I get my laundry, right? I put it in my bag. I hit the little intercom again. I said, hey, George, get a cab for us. And this place was so fancy that they had a loop. They had this nice garden in the front. The whole building was set back a little bit. It wasn't right on the sidewalk. And the cars would come up, and they had a thing going over it so you wouldn't get rained on or snowed on. And there'd be a doorman there. So I call him up and said, hey, get a cab. We're going to be down in about 5 minutes. And so we go down there, take the elevator down, and I'm talking to the elevator guy. And, he and all of these people, since I've been working, I tip them all. And no one's supposed to, the big reveal to why these guys are working there for minimum wage of 75 cents an hour is that they get a pretty nice, they can do pretty well on the Christmas gifts that all these people give them, right? So that's why they brown nose everyone all the time and give them amazing service. And that's the word tip stands for to ensure proper service. Anyway, so we're going down, and as we get off, I shake his hand, and I have a $10 bill in my hand. And he's like, oh, gee, thanks, Al, because I've been doing this, not $10, but since I started working, I started giving everyone money because they're my friends, and I knew they depended on the Christmas bonuses. Sometimes they get gypped. And, so I would constantly do that. So, man, I never got ratted out for anything I did. They did all these kind of amazing things for me over the years. And this is, how it's supposed to run. Right? The upper class is supposed to be doing this for the people who serve them, right? And that's in Italy. There was the padrone and then the serfs. And the patron treated the serfs like children. He's taking care of them. And they kind of went along with it too. But, so my sister said, what, did you just tip him? I said, yeah. How much did you tip him? And I said, $10. And she goes, $10? That's more than half of what I make a week. And you just gave him that for taking us down on an automatic elevator? I said, yeah, I've known him for years. He's a great guy. And so then we go out, and the doorman who's got us a cab, and he's got the door open, I give him $10. And she goes, that's $20. That's more than I make in a week. She goes, how much do you make a week? I said, well, I make about $600 in cash, and another $600 gets put in the bank for me. She goes, what? What? Every week? I said, yeah, pretty much. Some weeks I get more, but that's at least the least I get. And this is 1967. Because I worked for all these real estate guys who were the clients of my bosses, and they would do the big jobs, but there's always stuff to fix, always. And I would be, and my grandpa, he said, you're going to start doing this on the side. And that's the thing of being an electrician. You get your paycheck, you're a union guy, but you make all this on the side, and that's the gravy for doing what you do. And so, plus I was never there all the time. I went to this prep school that it was like prison. We went to school 7 days a week, at least 7 hours a day. So instead of being there a whole year, we would show up at, the school year would start in October 1st. We would get out for Christmas on December 10th, and we would go back to school January 10th. and then we would get to go home for summer in May, early May 1st, May 10th, around there. Sometimes in April, depends on the weather. And so anyway, all those times I was still getting paid by these guys because they were like more my parents, more my family than my family. They loved me, took care of me, you know, turned me into the the guy I am today, right? The honest, true blue, always doing my best. That was kind of, you're not perfect, just do your best. Anyway, so we're in a cab and we're going down, and I'm talking to the guy, and we're talking about this and talking about that, and my sister is just shaking her head after I told her that I make $1,200 a week and she's making 18, and she's graduate of the most prestigious Catholic girls' school in the country, at top of her class, and that's the only job she can get. 1967, right? And luckily she can type, and so we go in there, and where I live has been a renovated nunnery, right, on 9th and B. And the Lower East Side was still what it was, a place where all the salad bowl of Eastern Europe, and artists, and it hadn't, after, 67, it was, and then with the oil embargo, New York City just slid off the cliff, and it was the last hurrah, the summer of love. So anyway, it's still like maybe 8 o'clock. It's summertime. The sun is still kind of up, and we pull in front of this beautiful, beautiful, Rococo brick building, and it's just a gigantic early Victorian Rococo building, and all this, amazing bent lead glass for windows, and it's just, marble stairs going up to this thing, and we go in, and half of the whole building is Alan's apartment, and my apartment is down below, and there was a spiral staircase, and when we split it up, we capped that, and where I lived was a railroad flat. It was just, the toilet was on the wall, and I had no real amenities. It was about 20 feet wide and about 60 feet long. But since it was a nunnery, they had a garden that was unbelievable. And I had these French doors that went out onto this garden. And Alan was how I met Alan. He moved in upstairs. I was downstairs. And, it was it was not quite a basement apartment. It was like in between, because the first floor was actually maybe 20 feet above street level. And basically from Avenue B to the East River, the road kind of went down. And so anyway, there were windows on the side there that, the window closest to Avenue B was about this big, and as it went down, they got bigger and bigger and bigger. And when I'd be sitting at my kitchen table, I would be below the sidewalk. And this is in 1967, and all these young girls would be going off to the subway, and they'd be coming up the street, and they'd be having these mini skirts, right? And I'd be sitting like below their kneecaps, looking up, right? It was quite the view. And so Alan one day knocks on the door, and I open, and here's, this woolly black-haired guy with big black glasses and a big black beard, and pretty bear of a guy. And he goes, "Hi. So I know you like to cook because I can smell it, right? And I want to show you, I'm Alan. I'm your upstairs neighbor, right? And you hear the parties up there. I want to show you something." So he takes me upstairs, and so I have, my toilet is on the wall, right? So the pipe can make it, so shit goes downhill. So anyway, this was a nunnery. the apartment he has is the kitchen that they had, the big dining room that they had, this unbelievable bathroom that was like unbelievable. And it had two, like a little prayer library and a big, like, big, interesting library. And that was his apartment, right? And over in where and the kitchen was an industrial stainless steel, everything, Garland stove, a hood, a fryolator, a Zamboni to fry things, and just the most walk-in, a mini walk-in fridge, and it was all cleaned up, great, right? And so he basically said, "So over here, in your apartment, that corner of your apartment is taken up by this spiral staircase. Well, look at my floor; they just boarded that up. Your apartment used to be part of this apartment. I'm suggesting that we pull those boards up and we become roommates. Now you have a amazing bathroom and shower and that gigantic bathtub, like almost Japanese jacuzzi, and everything that was this butcher white tile, and it was just amazing. And his dining room, he had, the kitchen and the dining room were one, and he had these great couches going along the wall. So the party, everyone would be on the couches while people were making food and drinks. And then over here, it was still part of that, but not quite in the kitchen like that part was. So that was like the sitting room where people who were talking about literature and et cetera, et cetera. And then there was the real library, which was like the continuation of that sitting room. And then over here was this like little churchy, had stained glass windows and all the rest. And that was Alan's bedroom. And it was really big, a great bedroom. And then the spiral staircase went down to my place. And there was a room that was my bedroom. But the rest of the thing up to that stairs were, out to the outback was just another sitting kind of hangout space. It was no longer my place, right? So the library was my bedroom and my workroom and my studio and my study and all those books. Alan, we shared the library, but that was my bedroom. That was a great bedroom, really dark. I could really get a good night's sleep. And he was a gardener. So these parties would be all of that, tons of, couches everywhere. And we had couches out in the garden, really nice couches. And when it rained, we just threw tarps over them so they wouldn't rot. And so we would have and there'd be somewhere between 20 and 100 people at these parties, and people making music and reading poetry. And Alan's there, and the party is, and the party's going. It's doing, and John Lennon, Yoko Ono, my mentors, Lisette Modell and Cartier-Bresson, my photography mentors from the New School, and who else was there? A ton of poets. Bukowski was there. People of that ilk, right? And Beats, right? And a bunch of musicians, right? And there was a downstairs in the front where there were no real windows. I kind of put I got a bunch of theater curtains, those big fireproof, maroon kind of theater curtains. I got them out of a locker at the Carnegie Hall, and that whole so had couches there, and musicians would be playing away. And so she walks in, we take the cab, we're there, and she's just, and there's people hanging out, and we go up the steps, everyone, "Oh, how you doing?" And pat me on the back, and I said, "Oh, this is my sister." "Oh, your brother, he is the dude. He's freaking only 16 years old, and he's running this place." And my sister's like, right, and it just goes on and on like that, right? And she's like sitting on a couch with Allen Ginsberg on one side and Bukowski on the other, and they're talking about existentialism and poetry, and and Ferlinghetti, and my sister's just like, right? And then, then I see her talking to Andy Warhol, and he's talking about wanting to have her in one of his movies. And then there's, Alan Watts trying to get her high, and Timothy Leary wants to drop some acid in on her tongue. And after about an hour, and I don't like stick right by her side. I just stick her with the literary bunch and say, hey, take care of my sis. She graduated from this school, and her major was literature, and she really digs all of you beat dudes. And she's just like, right? So I'm like looking over, and she gets up and just walks away and goes to the front door and goes out, right? And it's like, whoa, she's only been here an hour. So I said, excuse me, to whoever I was talking to, go run for her. And this is Lower East Side. And it's 1967, so it's not as dangerous as it was in the 80s, where she did that. She would have been raped and murdered within 20 seconds. But there are no cabs down there. She has no idea how to get home. She don't know, never taken a bus, never taken a subway. She rides. My father drives her to work and then goes over to Long Island City. She'd been living in New York for 6 months and doesn't know anything about New York or how to get around. So, I run out and said, Mary, what are you doing? And she goes, I said, the party's just getting started. She goes, I can't take it. I said, what do you mean you can't take it? She goes, you're freaking 16 years old. You make $1,200 a month. A week. And I'm making $18 a week. And you got this amazing palace. And I'm living in a linen closet. And I was sitting between the two people I love most as poets. And they're talking to me like I'm one of them, and and they're treating me so nice because I am your sister, and and Timothy Leary wants me to be in a movie, and Alan Watts wants to have sex with me down on the carpet, and this is I got to go home. And that was it. That was like the end of my relationship with my sister. We still had one, but it was like a psychic shock to her. And from that point on, that didn't exist. That Al that you saw and felt, well, that was me every day of the week, until still today. And still she's, well, you just tell stories. I say, yeah, I'm a griot. Mm-hmm. But you saw it. You were there. And I would tell her, whenever she whenever she needs me, please, can you help? Sure, not a problem. I hold nothing, I don't feel badly about my siblings because they have lived a living frigging hell of their own making. They're just like, the people's saint of truth. And so, that's, so my whole family is that way. They, and again, everyone that I come in contact that has anything to do, it's like, I just take notes and put it in my novel, right? And they represent, that's how I can read people so well. I've been that kind of close in contact with every kind of person there is that, I just see the metaphor of who they are. So what have we been saying here? You're probably quite comfortable with your own shadow. Yes. Mm-hmm. My father died in my arms. Good Lord. Bless her heart. Yeah, my mom. Mm-hmm. My mom taught me to douse. Yeah, well, you know what I'm talking about. And water witching. Yep, I learned that from my grandma, my good old Italian grandma, who grew up in the mountains of Sicily. What an interesting story. Thanks for sharing such an intimate glimpse into your life. And we're all supposed to do that because the only way we can be alive is to share these stories with each other. And I'm a griot. That's what I do. I share the stories to give you insight. That's what I'm here to do. Because I serve love's co-creation. And without any of us having insight, we cannot even imagine what love is. How old was she when you were born? My mom was almost 50. She was 40, somewhere between 45 and 50 when I was born. And if it wasn't for Dr. Black, I wouldn't be here. So I was a breech baby with my mom's umbilical cord wrapped around my neck, and the male doctors who were smoking cigarettes while delivering me were trying to pull me out by the feet, and like they were about to pop my head off like a tick. Yep. Pretty much everybody's siblings are like each other. Human race is like Mr. Potato Head. There's only 5 noses, 5 ears, 5 mouths, 5 eyes, right? And then there's another 25 tells. So within the construct of the psycho personality, there's maybe 112 different variants, right? Siblings. They're the ones who are chasing the ghost now. Yep, exactly. And like I said, my brothers, so my mom died. We put her in the ground, right? And then took my dad back to Florida, and I was, getting things together. And my father, I took care of my parents for 28 years. It would have been a lot easier for me if he had made me the power of attorney, but he made my oldest sister the power of attorney. And she was in New Jersey and never came to Florida, never had anything to do, but, she had that. And so whenever I needed to have something done that, I needed the power of attorney and not just my parents, I had to go through my sister and blah, 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 blah. It was like 28 years of doing that. Anyway, the last year, I asked my dad, because he couldn't go to any of the places he liked to go. So I would take him to the places I hung out where my friends owned them. And so even if he shit on the floor, they wouldn't get too upset, right? So, because other people were shitting on the floor. So I once asked him, I said, Dad, why did you make, Mary the power of attorney? And he said, well, I can, your sister is petrified of me. I can make her do whatever the heck I want. You are like your mother. You are brilliant. You're like a razor blade. I can't, argue with you. I can't get you to do anything. I'm always right, but you always do the right thing. I mean, and that's when he was, within 8 months. It would have been nice if he had got to that point, but he told his friends all of this about our relationship, but for some sick reason, because by making my sister the power of attorney, it really fucked with him more than it did with me, right? Because I would just say, who cares? But you have to take care of that. No, I don't. You made her the power of attorney. You deal with her. See you later. Bye. As we're chasing so put my mom in the ground, took my dad back to Florida. He's like moping around. Oh, she's gone. Boo-hoo. Right. Now, my dad had, and I also have it, it's like aplastic anemia, but it's not. It's a little different. And he used to have to get all of his blood, like all 10 gallons or however much blood we have in our bodies. They would take it totally out of his body and put brand new blood from some person who was of the same blood type and all the other little markers, who was no older than 22 years old. And they would fill him back up, and he would like wind down like a watch. And then they take that blood out and they put the new blood in, and he'd be ready to go like he was 22 years old. And he didn't have to worry about any of the other crap that was wrong with him. Anyway, so mom's dead, and he's boo-hoo-hooing, and he's got his service revolver, right, from the military. And I have never seen him play with that, right? Now, I've taken it when I was Mr. Gun. I took it to a gun show, and it was not even a gun show. It was like boys' night out gun thing of mobsters. And it was called the McDougal Street Italian Men's Gun Club. So they could legally have guns in New York, right? So anyway, I had this gun, and these guys, there were some of these guys I knew and worked for as an electrician who were really into guns. And so they knew all about guns. And I said, my father has a Colt 45, blah, blah, blah. And, oh, I'd love to see that gun. I said, sure. I went to my dad, I'm going to borrow your 45. I'm going to go down and shoot up the range. And he goes, shoot a gun? Yeah, I've been shooting guns for, remember J.P. Hogan? His great-grandfather started the NRA, Oh, yeah, those crazy people with guns. That's why I learned. And they weren't crazy. They just, knew what guns were. You don't. Anyway, so he had that service revolver in his hand, and he's trying to put bullets in the clip. And he's like, it doesn't even know. He can't even do that. Can't even get the bullets out of the box. And so I go, wait a minute, Dad, what do you give me that? And I took the gun apart, right? He, like I said, he didn't even get the bullets in the clip. And I took the gun apart. So it was in parts. He had no idea how to put that back together. I said, listen, you're not going to off yourself with your service revolver. You'll blow your brains out in the living room and I have to clean it up and deal with the police and all of that. Thanks. You're going to do that? Thanks. Right? And I said, you're not doing that. He goes, but I don't want to live anymore. I said, listen, Dad, every 6 months, they take your blood out and put your new blood in, and then you're ready to go for another 6 months, right? Well, you're due to have an oil change in about 4 weeks, right? Don't do it. This is what we're going to do. I'm going to call up the airlines. I'm going to get a ticket for you and fly you to Newark, and Mary's going to get you, and you're going to spend the last however much time at her house. And he had traumatized my sister and all her kids. She had 8 kids. And, he would like take everyone out to dinner and say, oh, I'm a millionaire, order whatever you want. And then when kids said, get anything that wasn't a cheeseburger, oh, no, you can't have that. Just get a cheeseburger. He traumatized them over and over. It was like my father was Lucy and my sister was Charlie Brown, and my father would pull the football up away from my sister. And, she was like ridiculously traumatized. She didn't want to go to that Catholic girls' school, but my parents, told the people who ran the Catholic high school she went to, my sister wanted to go to Stanford. I mean, my sister was smart enough to go to any place, and my parents had money, but my mom wanted her to go to that school, period, right? And just like she sent me to a seminary to be a Catholic priest, to be a rocket scientist for the Pope. I just rebelled in that place and, had a revolution in that part of Connecticut of the Catholic Church. It's still vibrating. I have other stories about years later after what I did in Canterbury and New Milford, Connecticut. Like 40 years later, I was in a rainbow gathering. And the fun thing about rainbow gatherings is you sit around the campfire around 3 a.m, everyone's smoking, doing LSD, and telling stories. It's loads of fun. And there's always loads of like little nashi things to eat and drink, and it's just one nice party. It can be pretty tedious, but it can also be loads of fun. So anyway, sitting around a circle, and we're telling stories, and I tell my story about my time at Canterbury, and my revolutionary. I was like the Che Guevara of the Catholic Church in Connecticut, right? And this woman, when I'm telling this story, I may be 55 years old. And the woman across the fire pit from me, she's probably 28, somewhere between 25 and 28 years old. And she's like, wow, are you, she says, are you that guy who did this and did this? I said, yeah, that's me. You did that? I said, well, how do you know about this? Well, I went to Canterbury. They went from being a, seminary to, girls and boys high school for the rich Catholic people. And all, you were like a hero. And that was like, she went to school about 30 years after I left that place. And I was still, and all the other crap I did to like, because basically it was like a hive of pedophilia and lying, cheating, stealing priests and bishops. And I blew the whistle on all of it and shone a light on it big time.
and the media, and nobody cared, and these guys were selling children for body parts, and this in the 60s, and it was like way worse than you could even frigging imagine. And I rocked the boat beyond belief because I was supposed to be, I had a cardinal as my godfather. The guy who was the head of that was a person I knew really well. So the two most important in charge people of that seminary were guys who had my back. But there were a ton of these Franciscan maniac, sociopath, pedophiles who I was just, you know, getting, my three rules: doctor, do no harm. Don't get involved unless you have an exit strategy to get the innocent out of harm's way, and don't get involved unless you can learn something. So anyway, I I was part of that and did that until my cardinal came and got me because I was rocking a boat so much that these guys were actually gonna freaking off me because I was, shining a line on their business model, right? And so he just picked me up and got me out of there and took me to St. Patrick's to, have me on the down low, right? Until they figured out where to send me next. Anyway, 32 years later, there's this girl, half my age, and she comes right around and just sits right next to me. Tell me more stories. And I do. And then, we spend the whole night. She has some nice party favors, and we drop them and do them and just go and dance around, get naked and dance around the fire pit with all the other, tripping naked hippies, and basically stay up with each other for the next 3 days. And then I take her to my healing temple and you break out all her neuroses from her body and make her the woman that she should be or wants to be or can be. And then she comes from a real rich family, so she's got credit cards and a car. She goes, let's do a road trip. And we spend the next 4 months driving all over the United States, going Las Vegas, LA, San Francisco, Seattle, you name it, New Orleans, Miami, and staying at the best, right? And so one day we are going from Reno to Las Vegas, and we pull up at a truck stop that I know that's got pretty good truck stop food. And we go in there, we have a meal. She wants to go to the little girl's room to powder her nose, and so she goes there. And a LTD black, and it's very obviously a government car. It's got all the right antennas on it, and it's black, and the windows are tinted like you can't, see through it. And these guys get out with suits and dark sunglasses and things in their ear, opens the door, and this woman comes out who is obviously the boss. And she's wearing Chanel pearls and, $1,000 business dress outfit and, a like $2,500 pocketbook. And she just, goes through, they open the doors. They're on either side of her, and behind her, she is totally covered. And she walks straight up the table, sits down, and basically says, knows my name, my everything about me. And she's going on and on. And the girl I'm with is her daughter. And this lady's pedigree is, she was at Fort Devon with mind control and has a zillion PhDs in psychotherapy, paranormal psychology, super soldier. She then worked at the CIA and then worked at the NSA. And now after 9/11, she's, at Homeland Security, and not like, but she's like the most powerful person there. She's not the person whose name's on the top of the list, but she's got power like, she can listen to everyone's cell phone. She can, service a spy satellite to follow her daughter's car, who's totally got tracking devices every inch. I'm sure the daughter has chips in her, right? So anyway, this woman sits down, knows everything about me, and goes, this is my daughter, and I approve of what you're doing. in the 3 months that you guys have traveled around, I've been able to see that she has matured and she is going on the path that I want her. She was just childishly rebelling against me, and I was thinking of having her offed. But you've done a great job here, and I know your pedigree. You've been doing interesting things your whole friggin' life, so not a problem. The check is in the mail. All you have to do is I want her to go to Stanford, right? And I want her to come to Connecticut and spend a week with me. And then I want you kids to go to Stanford. And I'm going to give you a whole itinerary of what and how this has to go down from this point on. And, you'll do the right thing because this will be the right thing for her. I can tell you really care about her and you are the right guy. And if you don't, you're going to be in the desert with a bullet in your head and no one will ever find you. And that's the choice you got. Check in the mail, do what I say, or a bullet in your head. And I kind of go now because she'll be out here any minute. But I just wanted to have this little conversation with you and see you later. I'll see you when you get to Connecticut and you can spend a week at our house. And I said, okay, sir. I was like, and I knew there was something about this girl, but not that, I knew she was really rich. I knew that she's using all these credit cards. So I knew her daddy or, whoever was her authority knew exactly what we were doing. I didn't care. We had a great time, being in the best of hotels for all 3 months all over the United States. Not bad, right? So anyway, she comes out and the mom goes out, gets in a car and is gone before the girl even comes out. But the girl, she sits down and, she starts eating her breakfast and she looks up at me and goes, so what'd you think of my mom? Just going, oh my God, this girl is just like her mother. She's going to grow up and be head of this, And I said, your mom's quite nice, I can see why you're so nice, why I like you. And she kind of just goes, ugh. So she goes, so what was the deal you make? And I told her, I said, straight up, well, I said, here's the itinerary she wants us to take. And, she wants us to get back to Connecticut by this date and have us spend a week at your house. And then she wants us to go across the country again. And you're going to go to school at Stanford, right? And she looks at it and she goes, yeah, that sounds right. And she goes, I'm, like I said, she's somewhere between 23 and 28. She goes, haven't graduated college yet. What I've been doing since I was 11 has been acting out against my mom. And so you're right. I'm not just like her, but I'm a lot like her. I said, so now you got to tell me, how'd you know she was? She goes, I can feel her. Why? She goes, why do you think we're so attached to each other? Because we're both empathets. You feel everything. I feel everything. You're just a little more scientific and a little more analytical than I am. I'm a, Capricorn, Aries, Cancer, and you're just one gigantic big Aquarian. And so, and, that's why we got along. Oh, we got to plug this guy in. The battery's going. I got to get up. Oh. Where is this thing? Here we go. Put on my glasses, see what you're saying here. There's one who are chasing the ghost. Yep. And the other one, you can tell I work with children. I heard Rococo, I could think of was the kids' production. Yep. So Nancy Barbara, she was the producer
of children's television workshop. Sesame Street, Electric Company, all those shows. She and Hanson. She was a business one. She worked for PBS. She worked for the company. I mean, she started the company that produced them after working at PBS. So that lady, I was probably 24 and she was probably 52. And, I was fixing up people's lofts and building restaurants. And one of my clients, I think was Brooke Alexandra. I did his fancy schmancy art gallery on 57th Street, and I also did his one down in Soho. I think he turned me on. He said, a friend of mine, her name is Nancy Barber. She bought this building. You live down on Duane Street. She bought a building there, and she wants to turn it to a TV studio. And it's I said, she going to do production? She goes, well, she doesn't quite know, but she's going to work on projects. She needs a place to bring people and to have equipment and videotape things and, work all the bugs out before she sells it. I said, oh, okay. Thanks for the number. You tell her I'll call her. And I did, went down there, put new service in the building, brought risers up. She had 6 places. She turned one into her big fancy whoop-de-doo loft house, another one into like office, and then 2 into TV studios, and another one into post-production. And then the lobby, that they basically turned into a garage because there was no place to park. And she had the power to do all of that, outside of whatever zoning, whatever. And I just wired the shit, and I built her studios and her living space. But in that period, we became a thing, and she was loads of fun. So I got to meet Hanson and all the people who were at children's TV workshop place. And that was a fun 8 months and loads of fun. And I was, part of the theater scenes. I mean, it was all this. See, that's New York. It's like all these little towns, and you get into one crew of people, you get to know them all. And they're like people. And they're not like, oh, Jim Henson, he's like, no. Yeah, Jim was cool. Jim was talented. Jim was amazing. And they all were that. And that was the beauty of that period of time between like 1957 and 1987. It was just an amazing, especially in New York City. It was that's when New York City was the zenith of a cultural mecca of every type. Recording, Tin Pan Alley, A&R, Sony, CBS, Virgin Atlanta, and about a zillion other smaller niche producers and recording studios. And I worked at Blue Rock, Electric Ladyland, and Sun Dragon. And so I was part of that crew, and I wired the Buffalo Roadhouse, which was the hangout. The Buffalo Roadhouse was kind of in the West Village, but a little uptown. And then it moved over to the East Side. But what it had was, it was like, it was supposed to have like, cowboy-ish, saloon. So you went in the front door and there was a bar, and it opened out into a pretty big dining room for the general public. And then there was this thing that went up, and there were these banquettes of tables that were for like the VIPs. And then behind it, there were 3 doors that went into a space that was bigger than all of that. And that's where the real VIPs, and they had a stage, and they had 2 bars. And that's when the Rolling Stones would be playing at Madison Square Garden, they go there after it. And John Lennon and you name it, David Bowie, you name it, they would come and party, and then everyone would go up there and perform. And it was like karaoke. It wasn't like a show. It was just people, and then other people, if they were playing something cool, they would get, and there were loads of instruments scattered around. You didn't have to bring your own acts. You could just go and. So I kind of wired and built that place. And so Max, the guy who owned and operated the joint, he also had the Peppermint Lounge, and so so that was a crew I was part of. So they were just people to me, friends, um, I knew them all. I wired this for them, or babysat for them, or went out and had fun with them. And I was a guy who I don't really overindulge. I did for 10 years. Yes, I did. Between the ages of 62 and well, really from 58 until 67 when I died. Well, I guess I was 64. It was 2014, right? So anyway, so and that was New York, and that was my time, 57 to 87, right? I left New York 88, not to go back. I tied all my strings, did everything I ever thought I couldn't do any more. I went, right? And I went to Cornell, and then I went to Asheville, then I went to Cherokee, back to Asheville, then I went to Lynchburg and B-Town and Roanoke and the Deep Green. And I spent about 10 years in each of those places. And after, I spent 40 years in New York, and I'd go away and then come back, go away and come back, go away and come back, go away and come back. And my life, I lived to not be in a rut. But by not being a rut, that was my rut. It was a little more colorful and interesting, but it was still. So I said, okay, this is what I'm going to do from now on. So when I came back in 1980, from 1980 to 88, I just I finished everything up, did everything you could imagine do, tied it all up. And when I left in 88 and was taken to Cornell, I spent 3 years at Cornell, and I did the same thing at Cornell. Did all this amazing stuff in Ithaca and Cornell, and I'd still be there today, except for the lake effect. I mean, you get up in the morning in February, it'd be like 60 out in the morning, you'd run around in shorts, you go do a lecture or do some research, and you'd come out and be 4 feet of snow, right? I just couldn't take it after 3 years. Then I just got another gig to go to Asheville, and that was a little more southerly and a little more, and they had snow, but like we're about to get a big snowstorm, and we're going to get like 20 inches or maybe 12 inches or maybe 6 inches or maybe none, because we're the storm is coming right at us, and it's where we are. It's either at the Deep Green, if it bounces south, we'll just get an inch or two. If it kind of goes through the Deep Green and comes straight at us, we're going to get between 12 and 20 inches of snow. And then we're going to get 4 inches of ice. And that's what takes down power lines and trees. And being up here with 20 inches of snow and then 5 inches of ice on top of it, we're not getting out of here until like May. So it'll be interesting. But, that's life. That's how it works. And that's what it should be. That's experience. That's what we're doing here. Not to just clip coupons. You can tell I'd love to hear you talk more about what you know about aliens. Okay, aliens. So first off, we are aliens. This little mud puppet. This is, we are creatures. The Nephilim. We're this mud puppet. This ain't who we is, right? This is just a mud puppet. And our soul isn't who we are either. Our soul is just a server up in our Akashic records. Who we really are is spirit. Now, if you read the Bible, all these Christians do, I'll read the Bible. And they don't read it, but it's crap. I went to school to be a Catholic priest, and when I was beat up by a nun in first grade and ended up with the Maranols for 2 years, they had 20 guys and 20 sisters who were unbelievable scholars. They all had PhDs or multiple PhDs and were singular and expert in this, that, and that's what I was being bred for by my cardinal godfather, a rocket scientist for the priest. The Vatican owns science, period. They own NASA, period, right? So basically, the aliens have been here forever, before we have, right? And there's a kind of TV show. I don't know if it's still on. It's late at night. It's called Radioactive Chicken or Radio Chicken, and it's all these little animated shorts. And they have this one great one where the alien comes down and he's like got the big head and he's really smart, and he genetically changes a gorilla into a pre-hominin, and there's a cheeky little monkey running around, right? And the smartest one of all of them is the cheeky little monkey. He's just running around doing funny things to the poor alien, like pulling out the chair when he's about to sit down, farting in his face. And the, genetically engineered pre-hominin is like, just doesn't have a clue. And that's us. We just don't have a clue, right? So we're so easily played, right? And we're still being played. And in actuality, the Homo sapiens sapien is just a TV show. And when the aliens get tired of us, we will be canceled, and we will be. You remember the old TV sets that had a tube, and you turned it off, and the picture went from really sharp to like getting blurry, and then it went click to a dot, and then the dot went boop. That will be us. Not nuclear war, none of the above. We're just here for comic relief. Now, our spirit, on the other hand, is immortal. This ain't immortal. Our soul ain't immortal, but our spirit is. And if you read the Old Testament, and especially the New Testament, Jesus never talks about the soul. All he talks about is the spirit, right? And if you want to read the Bible, you got to go get a copy of the Greek Orthodox Bible, because it was written by Jesus. He didn't die and go up to heaven. His real apostles were women, the girls. The other guys were just junk, power-hungry morons. And they didn't write shit. They were illiterate, the business plan of the Holy Roman Empire wrote the New Testament, the King James anyway. And so when I was, being the scholarly kid who's heading towards being a priest, this is what I was studying, plus physics, All the rest of the other shit, I still kind of couldn't talk. My eye was still messed up. I couldn't really hear. So I was not good at taking. And I learned about history. I learned about psychology. I learned about all this stuff from real, scholars who wrote books and knew Freud and knew, Jesus, And then I'd hear some moron in my high school teacher, some priest who, some Franciscan, and all it was, you're going to take a test. And, I remember one time this guy was teaching, I can't pronounce it, but it is the study. It's like theology and etymology of word logos put together. And he thought he was hot shit. And he was just reading out of a textbook that was written by some moron, right? So we took a quiz a week, and we took, and it was timed. You had to, and I would just sit there and ignore it, right? I'd take my pencil and just draw straight down a line, like all B's or all C's or all D's. And one time we took like an exam, and I basically got up, dropped my pants, shat in my, I got the test in my hand, and I shat in it and squished it and put it against the blackboard and walked out. So I wasn't that popular. But I was, Cardinal got my back. The Monsignor, who's the headmaster of the place, got my back. The second in, control, the guy's head of physics department, that, was English guy, and he was in London at Bletchley Park with Turing. I mean, that's the guy who taught me about computers. And in 1964, he told us about Y2K. And he said, computers have a clock. And when we started these computers, the computers that you have today, which Sperry was, the UNIVAC was the big computer, but he's, I remember him explaining to me in 1964 about this. He said, in the 90s, a thing called social media will start to creep into what will become known as the World Wide Web. And this is like, 15 years before, oh, this guy invented it. And he's telling us about it. And he said that all of this will, and this is the first time I heard this term used. He said, America and the world will be turned into surveillance economy. And it won't be oil or gold or any of that, which will be the commodity that will back the dollar or whatever tender turn of banking will be. It will be you guys. It'll be all the data on you, because the whole pit of this game is a globalist agenda to control every human on this planet digitally. And that was in 1964, the year after Jack Kennedy got shot. And that's why he got shot, because he was saying, he was supposed to sign on to this, and he said, no way, honey. So do you hear any of that? Right. And where did all this technology come from? But off planet. They call it foreign technology. Every intelligence department has a foreign technology department. And that's all, and the ships that crashed in Roswell weren't the first ones. There was this thing that occurred over LA before in just like the week after the Japs bomb Pearl Harbor, a Japanese submarine pulls off the shore of California and shells an amusement park that they thought was a oil well. And Steven Spielberg made a movie about that. But so everybody was like, oh, so like the Japanese are going to invade the West Coast. And they basically, that next night, they're ready for like the bombers, and a gigantic mothership just leisurely goes up the West Coast coastline, like, below LA, all the way up to LA, up to San Francisco. And when it was over LA, it took its real sweet time going over LA. And, they blacked out LA, and they brought out the searchlights, and the searchlights were trained. I mean, the thing is moving like at 1 mile an hour. And the searchlights were on it, and they shelled it with they say they shot 1,200 rounds. But that was just the batteries that were in LA. The batteries that were on naval ships, those guys unloaded 20,000 rounds, and virtually more than half of them hit dead on, because these suckers were it was as big as a battleship floating in the sky, totally covered by searchlights, lit up like brighter than the sun, and just boom, boom, boom. And there was a force field around it, like 100 feet away. So nothing hit the ship itself, right? But it had little ghost ships zipping all over the place. And 2 of those were taken down in Alameda, and it was taken straight to Lockheed, right? And it was like they didn't really get hit because they had this force field. It was like they did a skid landing, like almost in front of Lockheed, right? That place became the Skunk Works. And so they were delivered that. And 20 years before that, about 6 other ships went down across the United States, big time, leaving a big chunk of technology to be digested by us. And the entity that knows more about the UFOs, who are basically in charge of UFOs, is Naval Intelligence, because the Naval Intelligence, the Office of Naval, ONI, has been around before the revolution. Before the revolution, we had an American Navy, and they had an intelligence, right? And they have been the lead intelligence entity. And so they have known about this before
the Revolutionary War, and they'd start collecting technology, and that's why Nikola Tesla, he developed he basically developed zero when he went to Colorado Springs, and he met a whole bunch of guys out there, and he discovered 0 point energy. He discovered the multiple dimensions and multiple universe dynamic, and realized that there were these etheric fields between that separated the dimensions and the universes that you could tap, like on a transformer. When you have the super duper voltage going into the line side of the transformer, and it goes through the coils, and all along the base, they have what are known as taps, just like, and they call it that because it comes from in England, when they first had running water, the faucet in England were called taps. And so electricity, if you want to give it a metaphorical point of view, it acts a lot like water. It flows, it goes in a certain direction. And the difference between water and electricity is that, water is H2O, and it's either a gas, a liquid, or a solid. Whereas electricity is a wave and a photon and a particle all at the same time. And all of them are they don't fit. I mean, that's why water is a good metaphor for it. But otherwise, it's hard to, take it apart. So it's why Edison was such a dumb bunny, and all he could do was steal people's stuff. I mean, he didn't invent nothing. I mean, Edison's a good example of the first, he was, J.P. Morgan's poster boy of technology. He was like the first Silicon Valley boy. But, I mean, he had nothing. Just like, Elon Musk, micro penis Gates, Bobby Jobs, soulless Facebook boy, the Google satanic triplets, all of those folks basically went to the same prep school, and basically, were trained, were sculpted, were manufactured to be the poster boys for this new world order. It's just like, everyone says Edison was, the wizard of Menlo Park. Tesla invented everything. I mean, everything. Cell phones, you name it. Atomic bomb, everything, right? Someone once asked Albert Einstein who the smartest man in the world, because they wanted to see if he would say himself. And he said, hand down, Nikola Tesla. And the newspaperman said, who? And that says it right there. So there's a thing called a disclosure. So there's all this information. So why our economy is so wigged out is that the military-industrial, social, banking, media, education, fascist state has been spending trillions of dollars since the Civil War to continue the never-ending war state, and to move us towards the globalist, Mr. Globaloni. And go read Catherine Austin Fitts. Go watch Dark Journalism on YouTube. Go watch Shirley Graceful on YouTube. Go read Joseph P. Farrell. Go read H.G. Wells. The most read book up until the 1950s was a book that Wells wrote called The Outline of History. Read that book. See, Wells was, a scholar, a scientist. So his first book, Time Machine, then the next one, Invisible Man, and Island, Dr. Moreau, War of the Worlds. There's one more in there. Those were all science-based. And that's why they're so engrossing and real, because they're real. That's kind of what's going on. Somebody was doing that at that time. And he wrote his last really amazing sci-fi book was a book called Things to Come. Read that. And it's straight up, he takes 1891 all the way to 2101. Things to come. And he gets it all right. He's just, and then he writes this book that's the most read book up, from, he published it, I think, in 20 or, before World War II, or just somewhere between World War One and World War II, he wrote this. And from the time he published that till around 1950, that was the most well-read book. That was more sold than anybody else. That's when he made some serious money. All of his other sci-fi things and everything else he wrote were popular. He did well. He became famous by it. But right, so that guy. So all these people, also Samuel Clemens, Mary Shelley, Frankenstein. Read that book. That's probably one of the first modern novels, because that isn't about. And they never called him the monster. They called him the creature. And the book, what the book is about, it's not a thriller or a monster movie or none of the above. That book is about bad parenting. It's a comment on, the 19th century Victorian bad parenting. No matter whether you were really rich or really poor, the kids really got it. And her main theme, and she wrote this way before the Victorian age, and her major theme is that when you treat kids like this, they grow up to be monsters. And then they become the kings, queens, and politicians and bankers that make the world off the hook. So go read Frankenstein by Mary Shelley with that in its context, right? So all of these books were influenced by the alien presence. Same with the Civil War. And there's jumps in technology. We're going to have a jump in technology in the next 6 months. And, Moore's law, every 8 months, computing, memory and power doubles by, half, by 50% every 8 months. So we have already passed, when Stan Kubrick and his science buddy who wrote 2001 and then made the movie, they were prophetic. Everything they were going. And same with Gene Roddenberry. He had been at the Rad Lab during World War II. So all of that shit that was in 1968, the flip phone, right? The communicator, they already had that. Mr. whatever his name had the, wrist radio. But they had that technology, and they had all of this shit. I mean, the Philadelphia experiment, go check that out. They did time warp travel. We don't need, the rocket ships with the chemical engines. They are just window dressing, right? To give an excuse for whatever shit's up in space. And the gravomagnetic propulsion was actually invented here on Earth, or we rediscovered it, let's say, because the Egyptians had it, the Mesopotamians had it, the guys who were Totarians had it, the guys who were the Atlanteans and the guys before the Atlanteans. I mean, we have been played. Like I said, just watch that cartoon show. We are a cartoon show. So it's going to happen this year. The internet is going to crash. I would say we're going to be invaded by aliens on 4th of July, to recoup Independence Day, and we will have a super jump in technology. And that war will last, 5 or 10 years, and then another race will come and save our bacon, and we will become, Star Trek's Federation, right? And so the best thing you guys can do is to, this weekend, focus your conscious intent on being and doing your best in every day, in every way to serve love's co-creation. Because that'll do the end run. I mean, so I've been worked on all of this kind of stuff, kids. Worked in national laboratories, worked, you name it, I've done it, right? And I've done it. So, you hear about totem pole, and they say to guys, you're the low man on a totem pole. Well, that's where you want to be. The most important person on the totem pole is the guy at the bottom because he's the foundation. He's holding it up. You go into any indigenous folk, they all have this mythology about the totem pole, the spirit pole, some would call it. And the two most important spirit animals in all of the mythology is turtle and ant. They were the first one that started this all rolling. And they are the base of the totem pole. So when people would say, kid, you're so I'd be in these laboratories, tuning really sophisticated power sources to run dimensional things. How'd you learn to do that? And I could do, Grandpa Stoll taught me how to do field equations, trigonometry, real high math. Well, it's actually simple because you don't have to take it to the 9 millionth, decimal point. Just go 3. And why they call it a field equation? Because you're doing it in the frigging field. You're not doing it on a blackboard. You're doing it to figure how to tune a high voltage transformer. That's what a field equation. When you have a gigantic hydroelectric plant at the end of the armature, there is this thing called a torsion field, which is a multi-dimensional, multi-spatial field. And if you go like to Hoover Dam or any of those things, they have these gigantic, generators at the end where the armatures are. They have it, like you can't go any closer than this. They don't have big metal fences because that would, turn into an amplifier. No, but they have stone and they have lots of signs. Don't go any further than this. If you're here, you should not have any metal, anything. I worked on a cyclotron once that it had such intense electromagnetic fields that you could not go within 100 yards of the thing if you had like your watch on or coins in your pocket or a knife or anything like that, And if you had like a metal rod in your leg, you couldn't work there, because people, went there, walked in stupidly, and the metal rod would be ripped out of their leg or their arm or their chest, and not a good day for it. So this technology is straight up, ours. And end of World War II, Germany, with the German people, the land of Germany was bombed into the Stone Age, but the Nazi Party actually won, right? Operation Paperclip brought 70,000 Nazis into our government. And the poster boy of that was good old, Werner von Braun. Sure. Well, a good example of this. So here we have, human beings, right? And there's black human beings, and there's white human beings, and yellow human beings, and red human beings, and lots of things in between. Well, those aren't races. Sorry, there's only one race, Homo sapien sapien. It's like dogs. There's only a race of dogs. A Chihuahua is a dog. A Great Dane is a dog. They aren't different species. They're different canine. What do they call that? Not caste, but it's a term for those guys. Breed. So basically, there are aliens out there, and there are different types. There's like put this down.
So there are aliens that look like us, and people call them the Nordics, right? They're a little bit taller, a little better looking. They got blonde hair, blue eyes. They're basically the Aryan race the Nazis were looking for. They are basically within the class level. See, all these guys have been here forever, and they have. You look in the Bible, and the guys came down and went into the women of man and begat, the Nephilim and the other creatures of that, the giants. And they find giants every frigging place, right? They're all over America. You should go. There was a guy at the turn of the century up until the 20s. He wrote for the Herald Tribune, which was a great newspaper. Way, way better than the New York Times. New York Times was like a rag. Still is a rag. All those newspapers are rags. The Herald Tribune really tried to do a good thing by its readership. And they had an amazing science section. And there was this guy named Fodor, and he was one of their reporters. And he had a knack for stumbling on to really. So he was a guy who first kind of in that period of like the late 1800s, 1900s, the 1880s, 89s, that kept stumbling on to things that were Tartarian and the mud flood. And there was a great, Holocaust around the world that killed like a third of the population, like in the 18s, whatever, and it was covered up. And the folk who survived, that were the kids, because they would hide under the couch or the bed or the table. And when things rocked and rolled and collapsed, they survived better than the grown-ups who were running around with like their head cut off. And that's kind of what happened to them. And so there was a overflow of orphaned children that basically we have had a centralized government forever. We are just given the illusion of nation states to keep us in line. Because we always have to have conflict. Because if, and what's happening is the Homo sapiens sapiens is starting to realize they are taking the red pill, and they're they've been, for the last 1,000 years or so, they've been taking the blue pill and happy with just having a cheeseburger. And now they're kind of seeing what's going on. And so these times are interesting. So what are you saying here? Let's see. So yeah, there's basically, so there's a human, there's a sapien kind of aliens, but when you say aliens, just mean they're not hanging here. But, the guys who did hang here, the dinosaurs, they got whacked. And they got whacked by guys out in space who whacked them. And what was interesting is Joseph Campbell wrote this great book, The Myth of the Hero. And George Lucas sat at Joseph Campbell's foot for a whole year and just took notes. And everything that is Star Wars came out of Joseph Campbell's mouth. And he was telling a true story. And that whole empire was this solar system. And all the planets were occupied by folk, and there's folk on Mars, right? And there's folk on Venus, and there's folk on the moons of Jupiter. And Jupiter was, you see, when Luke, after his step, folks are whacked, he's watching the sun go down, and there's two suns, right? Well, virtually most solar systems are binary suns, right? It works out much better. And Jupiter is a sun that either kind of fizzled out or didn't, light up. And so all of this shit is right in our face. I mean, everything, like I said, you should really go to the YouTube channel Dark Journalism, because that guy really, he's a real good journalist. He's schooled as a investigative journalist. And he is like Fodor. I mean, he keeps stumbling across things, and then it's like a dog without a bone. And Fodor discovered that Chicago didn't burn down because Mr. O'Leary's cow kicked over the lamp. There were two Chicagos. The first one, which was a boomtown, which was all wood, and yes, some lamp was knocked over, and it was a really windy, so they call it the Windy City, just burned, just like what happened in Colorado a couple weeks ago. But the second one, which is the big, most people don't know there were two Chicago fires, but the second one, the railroads, it was already after the Civil War, and industry was bopping, and Chicago was one of the centers of railroads, and that city was stone and concrete. And either a nuclear weapon hit it, or an asteroid or a comet hit it, because it was like the city was nuked, and it wasn't just Chicago. It was something that was coming in on the slant, and it hit parts of Ohio and other parts of Illinois, but it really whacked Chicago. And that happened like after the Civil War. And an X flare hit this planet in the 1870s, 80s, when the railroads were really zipping across the West, and we were just, decimating the indigenous people of this land. And so they're putting railroad tracks everywhere and putting telegraph poles everywhere. And an X flare hit us. Now, we had some phones in Chicago and New York and other cities, but we had no real electric. And Mr. Edison might have had some shit, but not really. And when that X flare hit us, it fried every telegraph wire, every telegraph office and phone office. And the railroad tracks that went across the West, as two, steel tracks, they acted as magnets, and they were like turned into spaghetti, right? Now that happened then. That was a severe and it killed a lot of people who it affected. It didn't like burn them stuff, but certain frequencies affected certain people in a certain way that it whacked a good, not like billions, but enough to say, And so Ford, but it's on the books. But if that kind of X flare were to hit this planet, that would be it. Every silicon chip, your cars wouldn't work. Nothing electric would work. Your house of, the Internet of Things, forget about it. I mean, if you had a vehicle that had a carburetor and by chance, the electric parts of it were unplugged, yeah, that might work. But all these cars, with every car has a computer running it instead of a carburetor? No, I don't think so. And what's really interesting, so an asteroid that was like a good square kilometer zipped by us about twice the distance of a moon. But within the dynamics of, stellar cartography, that's like missing us by an inch, right? The more interesting thing was we've been in a solar minimum for the last year. So everything's been that's why our weather's been the way it is. Well, just after Christmas, it like a whiplash. We've had probably the most active solar weather, documented in the last 100 years, right? And we're just starting to be able to document it with satellites and instruments. And so there's like a zillion sunspots, and sunspots can turn into, coronal ejections or X flares. They're really dangerous. And they're all over. It's not just on one. Usually it happens on one side because of a magnetic anomaly, but they haven't seen this in a while. The whole freaking sun has covered them. So it's not being caused by a polar magnetic anomaly of the sun. So, and they've had 4 X flares, meaning any one of those suckers had been pointed in our direction. That would have been it, right? But they were like this way, that way, but not pointing at us. 4 of them, and they don't come that regularly. They come like every 10 years, but they had 4 in less than 2 weeks. So that's what I'm saying. Shit's really happening up there. And you can either be fucked by it or you can take advantage of it. So this weekend, starting like when I sign off here, everyone, we're going to sign off with a little prayer, right? A little, focus on our conscious intent. And you guys should be, when you go to sleep, dream about your conscious intent. Dream about your, 20 and your 360 awareness. Because with that, you will be, when this shit hits the fan, you'll be able to just step out of harm's way. Otherwise, see you later, Charlie. See you later, alligator. Who invaded us? Who saves us? The only person going to save us, the only person going to save you, baby, is you. And the only way you can save yourself is by serving love's co-creation, meaning be that burning bush, be that work in progress to do in every day and every way your best. Not try, do. Now, you don't have to be perfect because you can't, but you can do your best. So if you do this shit that's coming down the pike is not like it's just the same as whatever. It's the same old same. It's like Shakespeare's, when, the Denmark guy, kills everyone and he's sitting on the throne. And his buddy goes, "Oh, yeah, we should, yeah, woo, we won, woo." And, "Oh, what's wrong?" And our boy is sitting on the throne and he looks really down and he goes, "I'm worrying about tomorrow." "Well, so what? So, let's celebrate today. Woo." And he goes, "No. Then there's tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow." That's Macbeth, right? So we can either be like Macbeth or we can be like Midsummer's Night Dream with Puck, He knows everything sucks, but he's having a good time. And he's not doing, you think he's making fun of the mere mortals, but no, he's trying to help them out to wake up, moron. And that's what I'm trying to do here, right? So now some people can say, Sensei Al Bob is just a little bit morose. No, sorry, not really. It's been longer than an hour and a half. Time is flying listening to you. Yeah, well, I'm a good storyteller. It is longer than an hour and a half. It's fucking 3 hours, 37 minutes, and 9 seconds. I think the longest one I did was 6 hours and 45 minutes and 80 seconds. And that's how long it was. It was like, wait a minute, isn't there 60 seconds in a minute? You think there is. Anyway, I'm going to just put this over here. I'm going to stand up and stretch a little bit because otherwise I won't be moving anytime soon. Oh, baby. And I'm also going to turn down the heat a bit. Okay, there we go. Oh, man. See, I got to move probably every 20 minutes. Otherwise, everything locks up. Now, I've been sitting there for 3 hours and 37 minutes and 112 seconds. I'm back. So, let us put ourselves in a comfortable place. Let us visualize ourselves in a flow of ease. See yourself in a park. You're on a park bench and you're seeing, this bucolic view of the park, and there's a nice tree overhead giving you shade. There's a gentle breeze and, people are running around on the meadow out there and, kicking balls and playing. And you're just sitting there and you're not thinking of, I got to go home and do the laundry. I got to pay. Oh, I gotta pay my bills. I want my children. I've ignored them for 12 years, but it's not my fault. You're not thinking anything like that. You're just letting it in. You're not thinking of nothing. It's just like the opening of Forrest Gump and the ending of Forrest Gump, where they have this nice high, long crane shot that comes in, and as it's coming into what it wants to focus in on, this feather kind of flows through the frame and just kind of does this, without any rhyme or reason. It kind of does, and then it's gone, and then the movie starts. And then 3 hours and all that stuff that Forrest does. And at the end, his kid comes off the bus and he sits with his father on the side of the road. And, the kid is like, brilliant, and dad has got the IQ of a 5-year-old. And yet you can see that these two guys are in the same flow and that they experience the same ease of love's co-creation. And then that feather kind of goes through the frame, and the camera is another crane dolly shot and goes way out, and you get the big bucolic view. I want you to go into a space that you have in your imaginary mirror of that, and sit on that park bench, or sit on that log, or sit or lie down in a place where you feel unbelievably comfortable and you're not thinking about anything, right? And you're breathing in deep in through your nose and filling your lungs with Father Sky. The prana is coming in, and the prana is what animates us. It is the photonic energy. It has no shadows. And it goes into your lungs, and the blood gets pumped through your lungs and picks up that photonic energy in every metal particle of your red blood cells, and it flows it to every molecule of every cell of your body and energizes every cell with that photonic light. And the current of that is generated in a scalar frequency, and it is grounded by the chi coming up from Mother Earth, Gaia, through your feet, into your ankles, kneecaps, into the rest of your body, and you are this flow of current, a photonic current, that gives you this ease of grace. And with that current raises your energetic level all through your chakras and cleanses them all, from your lowest chakra all the way up through, all the way up through your heart, through your throat, through your, third eye, up to the top here. The golden thread takes it all the way up to your Akashic record, which is the server of your life's experience. And now you're in front of your imaginary mirror that's right behind your eyelids, and all that bright yellow light, that's where you dream, where you have REM sleep, and you have your conscious awareness of your 20 and your 360, and you step with conscious awareness through your imaginary mirror, and you're in your library of your Akashic record. And there's, in front is the big fireplace, and all those big stones are actually books, and that flame in the fireplace is the twisting blue flame of love's co-creation's consciousness. And in front of that is really comfy lounge chairs, so if anyone comes to visit through the chimney, you guys can sit there and have tea. And then in front of that is your reading table, and from above is a bright photonic light which shines no shadows. And you walk and you sit down at your reading table, at your reading chair. That's a very comfortable reading chair. And to your left are your guides. First is your librarian, who will bring you your Akashic record and place it on the table. To the left of your librarian is your animal totem. See your animal totem clearly. See what your librarian looks like. Animal totems there, you will see things in your Akashic record that you see and you can feel, you can appreciate, but you may not understand. And your animal totem is there to be your personal griot, to give you a story that will give you the understanding of the things you see in your Akashic record. And to the left of your animal totem is your guardian angel, who always has your back, because you're going to see stuff that might concern you, might scare you, might think that you are in danger. But your angel, your guardian angel, always has your back. And realize all of these great guides and mentors are there always for you. All you got to do is close your eyes, breathe deep, and bango, there you are. And they're right there to help you. And you can spend hours in your Akashic record, and here in the linear world of 5 and below, it's just a second. Time is non-existent. It's an illusion of this linear make-believe of ego's mythology of the matrix, of hate, fear, self-loathing. See it clearly. You are none of the above. You are a child of God that is in co-creation with the burning bush to take love's one love and to in every day in every way make it stronger, so you may do your best in all that you do, and you do not have to fear or strive to be perfect, because you can't, but you can do your best. See this clearly. Now you're sitting at your reading table, your Akashic records in front of it, open it up, and it's a big, big book, 4 foot by 4 foot. And you open it up, and there's right in the middle, and there's 2 blank pages. And the pages are as thin as onion skins. And you put your right hand on the right page and left on the left page. You lean into the book, and you eliminate all of the anger, fear, self-loathing of whatever you feel and felt for the last days. And soon as you are cleansed, you will feel light like a circus balloon. And you will, close the book and then reopen it. And when you eliminated all that black goo on the open book, it was like a Rorschach test, an ink blot, right? And then you closed it. And then you open it back up, and now there isn't an ink spot there. What you see that covers both pages is a large screen. And around that screen are 28 little screens. And what was that ink blot was all the things that you went through, the person yelling at you and having an argument, the person who took your parking spot, your coworker who blamed you for something they did. All of those kind of angsts will appear there. And then you will get a feedback on those 28 little screens, and you will see, oh, well, that's not that big deal. Oh, I should, I'll never do that again. And you will get the real deal of what it is. And that's what the Akashic record is for, giving you insight. And whenever you get stuck, you have your guides to help you. So see it clearly. So you're there. I want you to go and see yourself on that park bench. Go into that screen and see you're sitting on the park bench and the feather floating by, and you're feeling totally, at ease, in the flow of grace. And you are consciously seeing what you want 2022 to be. You are putting that sight, that understanding, that feeling of that resolution, you're putting it into an intent. So you're, while looking and seeing and being in your library, you're having conscious intent of what you're going to do. And you're going to be in that library, in that Akashic record, seeing all of the issues and having a conscious intent to be your better self, to do your best and not worry about being perfect or anybody else, right? This life is your life. It's all about you moving forward. See it clearly. Time is flying. What does John do all day?
when you are there. Seems quiet. Yeah, he sleeps. He eats the meals I make. He buys things on Amazon. Um, he makes his videos. That's about it. He doesn't read books. I've already read 4 books since I've been here. I've already wrote a good 20 pages on the novel I'm working on. And I've gone out about. One of the reasons I came back to Roanoke was to tie it all up with my doctors, right? Because I haven't been taking my high blood pressure medicine, I haven't been taking my cholesterol medicine, haven't been taking my diabetes medicine, haven't been taking my macular degeneration medicine, because they all have pretty severe side effects. And I wanted them, so I haven't taken it for a good 2 months, and I feel fine. And what I can measure, like my blood pressure, my blood pressure has been about somewhere between 115 to 130 over 65 to 70, and that's pretty good, right? And my blood sugar has been somewhere between 99 and 124. Now, if I have a couple of glasses of wine or eat a few cookies or a few slices of bread more than I should, my blood sugar can escalate, but not a lot. Meaning, from not taking, last 3 months of not taking any medicines, my blood sugar has never risen above 150, right? Which is high-ish, but you really shouldn't worry until it gets into near 200. But I knew people who had blood sugars 500, 600, and they did nothing about it except die, And so, I wanted, my endocrinologist, my eye doctor, my bone doctor, my podiatrist, my GP, and my organ failure doctor to do severe, X-rays, CAT scans, real blood tests, not just a panel. And they did, and that took about a week or two between all of them, and then it took about another week or so to get things sent off to the lab, and then last week and this week I have talked to them, and they all said, you're fucking amazing. For a dead guy, you're in really good shape. So I am not going to come here as often. I'm not going to. And my eye guy said, the procedures that you've been having was designed to keep you from going blind. Your eyes have actually gotten better, right? So I'm now trying to work on not needing these, right? And so I'm working on that. And that is my conscious intent. So I had to, before, because I knew this astrological thing was coming down the pike, but I wanted to, I prepare first. So I had those guys check me out under the hood. I'm in good shape. So I'm in a good space to move forward, right? Now, John isn't the only person who I'm here to help, right? There are probably 20 others. And a number of them represent organizations that I helped I gave them assistance on how to organize, strategies, help them write grants. And for the last 3 years that I haven't been here, they've been, oh, you have to come back and help us. We haven't done anything. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Well, why don't you do something? Why don't you do your best? So I've been going to all these folks saying what I'm telling you, them, but I'm more in their face because they're right fucking there. And I've known them for 20 years, and they're doing this, like John, doing the same thing over and over. Their life sucks. Their organization isn't doing what it's supposed to be doing. They're hypocrites and liars and cheats and stealers, and they're going to be the scum of the earth if they don't watch out. I mean, they're okay people. I wouldn't have helped them if they were the scum of the earth, but just going along to get along won't get you that far on the scope, the scope of the new dimension. We are in a new dimension. We are in the
fifth dimension. We're no longer in the third dimension. Sorry, kids. And another good book you should read, Whitley Strieber, good friend. He wrote Communion, and he wrote a shitload of other books. But after Communion, which was really popular, and they got made into a movie, and he made enough movie money not to have to work and be focused on what he's interested in. He wrote another 5, 6, 10 books that were basically just a repetitive of that. And then he realized, his income was going down because people were bored. So he wrote a book called Greys, which is, so all you who are asking about aliens, go read Whitley Strieber's book, Grey. It's like, right, exactly what's happening. And what are greys? Greys aren't really creatures. They're EBEs, extraterrestrial biological entities, right? Or EBEs, I guess you spell it with an E. Anyway, it's a clone, right? And basically, it was cloned by the Nazis. And they're like biological machines. And so they fly these flying saucers. And yes, the flying saucers have an electromagnetic field around it. So it's like dampening gravity. And it's putting a null gravity inside the capsule of that ship. So, you don't go floating around. And so you can be doing like 25,000 miles an hour through the atmosphere and not burn up because there's this little envelope. And so you're like slipping through the atmosphere. The atmosphere isn't touching your ship. And the B-2 bomber is exactly that. It has that's why it can fly, 20-something thousand miles on one tank of gas, right? They don't have to be refueled. Or they can be, but they don't have to be refueled in air. They can go close to 20,000 miles on one. And they carry as many bombs as a B-52, and it has an electromagnetic anti-gravitational field around it. So that's why, not only is its shape, allows it to fly into heavy radar and SAM missile environments because they can't see it. This field around it absorbs every energy. So not only does the shape kind of send the radar wave in another direction rather than back to the antenna, that field just absorbs that energy. And it also is a field that will absorb, you shoot a shell at it, the kinetic energy will be absorbed. So, and that's one reason why, 3 or 4 of those, and those aircraft cost almost $1 trillion a pop, right? And so, and they have a tendency to just fall out of the sky. And so, and then there are these gigantic triangles, which are a version of the B-2 bomber. And the big triangles came before the B-2, but the B-2 was manufactured so it could be shown off as a technology. They're not flying the big triangles at air shows, And the big triangles have energy weapons like what probably took down the Twin Towers. It wasn't those airplanes. Go read Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, right? And they pretty much show that, because if you see the movie that they played over and over and over and of the buildings falling down, they turned into dust. They weren't big chunks flying all over the place. It was just dust. It was either space-based or a triangle craft that was like, 200,000 feet up in the air, which is almost space. And it basically hit it with a disruptor, meaning an energy beam hit the building and it broke the molecular bonds
of the material that was that building and turned it to dust. So I've just given you, first, I led you into a guided meditation that put you into a shamanic state. And now I've just unloaded a ton of data into your brain box, and it's there. And you will find just go to Wikipedia, go watch this when it renders and goes up on my channel. Take notes and go hit Wikipedia. And Wikipedia is good. It's not truth, but what Wikipedia does good is that it gives you the first rabbit hole to go down to. This, go read this book or go see this or watch that YouTube or, and it will start taking you in, but you have to do the work, meaning everything, you guys have to do the work. So, gang, let's see. 4 hours and 44 seconds. I love it when a plan comes together. So, I'm just, giving you a lot of stuff. I'm giving you a very interesting little project on how to change your life, in a quantum level. And it's not doing any ceremony or jumping up on one foot or doing anything other than sitting in a comfortable place, putting yourself into the flow of ease, visualizing yourself in your imaginary mirror by, illuminating yourself with the breath of the photonic light from Father Sky, and grounding yourself into Gaia, Mother Earth, through your chi, and walking through your imaginary mirror where you have dream sleep. And why do you think I call the show Dreamy Dreamland? I've just, in the last 30 minutes, have brought you into and through dreamland, right? So, what time is it? 11:51, another good synchronistic moment. So it's time for all of us to go into state, if you're not there already. Put yourself at ease. See yourself as the gracious servant of love's co-creation, and take in every day and every way one love's love, and do your best to make it stronger. And by doing this, very simple stuff, you don't have to do anything really, like maybe not watch, definitely don't have a TV, turn your phone off. Do not let yourself be distracted by any extraneous anything, because then you'll lose your ease, right? You don't want to lose your ease. It's worse than losing your cool. The movie Communion is free here on YouTube. Yep. It's a good movie. I love that scene. I have the same kind of ear the blind guy has. I can hear things that most people, inside of something else, right? I can hear that. Meaning, I keep saying that I tune transformers, right? So I actually have tuning forks that are the same frequency that I will want that, and I did that at Los Alamos. I came with this, I found this box. Albuquerque is a big music town, and they have a couple, at least when I was there in the early 70s, a couple amazing music stores. And I went into, it was a curiosity shop that had really interesting stuff, paranormal, magic stuff that they didn't advertise. I mean, you really had to know what that was. Otherwise, it looked like, an urn or a can you might want to piss in, but not knowing that it's super sacred, it can be that you don't want to piss in a really super sacred can. Anyway, but what it had that was truly amazing was this amazing set of tuning forks. And it was all of the resonant frequencies, not like all of it, what you tune a piano with, but all of the ones that resonate in your body. They were like healing tuning forks. And half of them resonated right at the frequencies I needed to tune these exotic transformers. And so,
I remember, so our head office of Dick Powell Electric was in Albuquerque, and we did a lot of work out at, um, you know, um, the big Air Force base there, Kirkland, which is like half of Arizona, half of Nevada, a good chunk of New Mexico, right up to California, right? It's like where S4 is, and all those S's are, and a lot of DUMS and Area 51, and you name it, it's out there, and it's basically part of Kirkland Air Force Base. Now they cut it up in lots of different swatches, but it's basically that. And so our head office was in Albuquerque, Kirkland's in Albuquerque, and so we would get specs on the kind of transformer they want for this. We'd never know what they were using for, but we'd get specs on frequency, power output, power input, and a few other unmentionable characteristics. And then we'd build them, but you really wouldn't know whether, we'd hook it up to current and, make sure it didn't blow up, but whether it did what they wanted it to do, didn't know that. But I was the guy who would go in, the truck would, and these things would weigh over, some of them weigh 20 tons, And so, it would get delivered, it would get hooked up, they'd do primary tests, and then the really smart folk and I would go tune it up, and I would use my little toning forks, and the things that I was allowed to know and to interact with, I would do, and then they would take it from there, and I would leave. So I saw a lot of that. So I had no idea what they were doing, but I could postulate. I'm a smart little monkey, and it was technology that was a good 2,000 years ahead of where Walmart's was today. So most of the stuff that's out there that people call us extraterrestrial is ours, right? Because there are extraterrestrials here, but they don't have ships. They don't need them. They beam themselves here, and we have amazing. First off, the moon is the Death Star. It's a hollow, artificial sphere because there's so many things about it. It stays in the same place. It doesn't. The other moons roll around so you can see the front, the back, the side, up and back. We only see one side of the moon. That's all we've ever seen since we've said it was there. And when we had boys there, we dropped devices that measured seismic, earthquakes, right? And then, we smashed boosters. When we'd launch big satellites and use big boosters, we would launch them in such a way that after that booster delivered that gigantic satellite to its position in orbit, it would keep going, and it would go to the moon and smash into the moon. So, you would get a thing that weighed about 100 tons, going about 30,000 miles a minute, and smash into the moon. And then you had all these seismic devices that those guys laid all over the moon, and they would radio that information back to the home office. And they realized after they did that a couple of times that the moon is hollow and that the surface is an artificial surface. Because when that booster hit the moon with, the force of a low yield atomic bomb, and it really did nothing. It didn't make a gigantic crater. It didn't do anything. It blew a lot of dust around, but meaning it's made out of not rock. It's made out of a artificial substance that, doesn't get smudged by that kind of force. So this is all stuff that's in public record. Everything I've told you so far is public record. That's why really I can't, it's a public record. Pretty much everything I've told you is public record. People are too lazy. I don't want to say too stupid, but too stupid to really put the dots together. They're all right there, right? Right in front of us. And again, I can't pronounce this word. It's a Phoenician word that was brought into Greek and Latin that meant it's ex navia, but I'm not pronouncing it right. but it means to hide in plain sight. And so, I told the story of the old crone, right? And I'm in the reserve library at Trinity in Dublin, right? And this has got, a third of the books in that library are the books from Alexander's #1 library. He had a lot of them all over the place. It wasn't just in one place. And so a good deal of the stuff that was said to be lost was brought to other places. And Trinity is the oldest single running university house of knowledge. It's been around in a continuous line for like 2,500 years, right? Oxford, Harvard, not even close, right? So there's some pretty, the only thing close to that is the Vatican. The Vatican has way more stuff, but I don't think it's as old because these guys started probably 1,000 years before the Holy Roman Empire. So anyway, there I am in that thing, and I got this gigantic book, and I went there to join. Marion Tulin, who is my mentor at Juilliard, sent me to the Irish State Theater to to get the heck out of Dodge, and go to a college so I wouldn't get drafted and die in Vietnam. And when I showed up, I didn't speak Gaelic. I didn't really understand anything about the Druidic culture. And so they said, well, you it's a waste of time. You do this. No matter how good you act, you can't speak the language and you don't know the stories. And you can maybe make some scenic design. You do that real well, but you do that much better on Broadway in New York or LA or wherever you were working. So no, what we will do is send you to Trinity and study under a Celtic scholar. We got a guy all lined up for him. That was Archie. And he was a guy who was all about, before any of those guys, ancient aliens and pyramids and all of that, Archie was doing that. He was doing that in the 1920s as a young man, right? And he wrote many pieces. And he comes from a super rich family out in Scotland. He's an earl, had castles, but he's been spending his whole life studying this and going around the world because he's got money. And, first he was at Oxford, and that's where he met the old crone. And then they came to Ireland, and they're both English, and they came to Ireland, and he found pyramids all over Ireland. And he's dug them up, when they got, in the 50s and 60s, when they started having ground penetrating radars, one of the first guys to do it. And, the quote unquote experts of Egyptology and, archaeology of Ireland, who are all Roman stooges for the Vatican, just, they're burial mounds, just like they call the pyramids, burial, monuments. They're not. They're machines. They're energy machines. They were put there by somebody way long ago, like the Sphinx, right? The Sphinx has miles and miles and miles and miles of underground labyrinths of all kinds of stuff that people haven't dug up. And the Wazawi dude, was the kingpin of Egypt's Egyptology. If you want to study anything, you have to go through that guy. When Archie went there, and he was the first guy in the 1960s who basically had a little, robot with a TV camera that he could control, with a big long wire, and he rolled it down because the big pyramids have lots of these little hallways that are like 1 foot by 9 inches, and he made these things that went down there, and that would come out in these big rooms that had all these kind of interesting devices hanging off them, and he was proving that they were electrical devices, and Yazawi threw them out to never be able to go back there. So then he just went around the world. And, he went to Central and South America and so looked at those pyramids, and they're exactly the same as the Egyptian pyramids mathematically.
Aesthetically, they're a little different. They decorated them a little different. And so he was the guy I was turned on to. I would go to his lectures, and then I would hang at his carrel in his office, and we'd talk about stuff. And then he would send me, he got me, decked out with ID to go into the reserve library, which no one, I was the youngest guy. Everybody else was like in their 30s and 40s. I was like 19. And they gave me a carrel, this little place where I could take books, bring them in there, and keep them there because they weren't outside of the protection of the library itself, but wasn't on the shelf. So they would do that so it was less wear and tear on the book if you put it, in your carrel and you study. And you didn't get the book. You knew the book you wanted. You gave it to the librarian. She'd write it down. She'd go off, get it, roll it to you, put it on your carrel, and you'd read it. And they'd keep an eye. That place had TV cameras. It was like the late 60s, early 70s, and they had TV cameras everywhere. And it was like going to the supermarket. They had everyone's carrel. There were cameras where they could see, if you were eating a peanut butter jelly sandwich near that sacred book, So you really, and what was interesting about that library is they actually had a coffee shop inside the library. So you didn't have to go outside of security to go get a cup of coffee or a sandwich or a bowl of soup or something, because they knew you're gonna be there a long time studying. They didn't want you to sneak something in and eat it at your carrel. So that was like, you do that once, you didn't come back, period. If you broke any of their protocols, you were gone, period. Not to say, oh, I won't do that again. Nope, you're gone, period. That's it. So, Archie got me in there, gave me my ID and my little pass that I would have to wear. And that's in the 60s, and they had things that were very akin to barcodes. They had scanners. They had a lot of technology in that place. And it was, even though it was part of Trinity, it was a separate entity unto itself. Anyway, and Archie and Neil Crone were on like their board of directors or whatever that was. I don't think they called it a board of directors. They had another little sexy name for it. But anyway, so Archie was my teacher, and I studied with him, and I studied under him. Old school, I didn't go to a class with other people. I went to lectures with other people, but the kind of schooling, I was in his office, right? And I'd be with him an hour, sometimes an hour a day, sometimes maybe 3 or 4 hours a week, but at 1 hour slits, because he would give me things to go read, go look up, go research, go pick apart. And I would have to come back with everything written, like questions, and answer the questions he had. And that would take an hour. It was like a critique, not a class, a critique. And and he would tell me what book, he would tell me what I would have to bone up on, like what language, what alphabet they would have, what books to get to help to get myself to decode these things and kind of understand where they were coming from, but always never to believe what those books said, because it was just that person's opinion, but it would get you on the road to figuring it out for yourself. And he also told me to look for keys and explain to me what they, not what they were or where I would find them, but kind of what they were and where I might find them, and what to look and how to, not what to look for, but how to look at it, to see it. Because he was the first person who told me everything is hidden in plain sight. And he used that word, which I can't pronounce. Thanks, Sister Holy Roller Skate. So anyway, so I'm in there, and I'm at my carrel, and I got this book, and I'm twirling it around. I'm looking at it from all different directions. I'm looking at it from, more than one dimension, right? And that's, and I hear this squeaky sound, and I smell this smell that's like, what is that, a dumpster? And I turn around, and there's the old crone, and she's dressed in garbage bags, and she looks like straight up witch, missing teeth, and her hair is all frizzy, and she's got one eye looking this way and another looking that way, and she looks at me, and she goes, "What are you looking at?" And I'm like, "Oh, nothing, nothing." And I come and she's like, at the, I don't know, 40 feet from me. She's not like right there. And I go back and try to look diligent, and I'm spinning it, and I'm taking notes, and then the whiff of the dumpster is even stronger, and I just kind of look up like, "What are you looking at?" And then she goes, "Oh, you're looking for the key, aren't you? You're a smart boy. Archie said you were a smart boy." And she just goes, "Look at this corner, that corner, and look for the prime numbers. They're not numbers, but look for when you look at those things, you will see something, and you will look for the prime numbers." And as I pointed this corner, and this corner, one, so you see any prime numbers here? Write them down in one box. See any numbers? Write it down. So she didn't tell me what they were or really where they were, just kind of this corner, this corner, this corner, right? And one of the corners wasn't a corner, but I took the book and moved it, like picked it up and did this with it, and that edge became a corner if I was looking at it as another dimension. And when I saw the first corner, and right because I had the thing turned like this, I saw the prime numbers. They were dots. And I said, whoa. So I looked over the other one and turned it around this way and that way, and whoa. And then I took it the other way, and then I, put it in a straight up arithmetic progression of prime numbers, which then I put into a simple cipher of alphabets of what language that was. And then I saw that there was these sets of, of those letters, meaning these numbers. So I looked for those letters in the alphabet and then wrote down the numbers. And then I kind of started to pick apart the language so I could see what it might be in Greek. And then I realized it wasn't Greek, but Babylonian, and wasn't really. It took a lot of time to do each one of those letters and take it into Babylonian, because I didn't know Babylonian. I just had to use the dictionary, the Babylonian to English dictionary, and that was totally inappropriate because the moron who wrote that, thought he knew what he was talking about. So anyway, I did all of that within a 10, 15-minute period of this lady just looking over my shoulder. And she goes, "You need to study with me." And I kind of said, I wouldn't look her straight in the face. I just kind of look in her general direction like that. I said, "But I was placed here, and I'm supposed to stay here, and I'm supposed to learn this." She goes, "You'll never learn it here. I mean, Archie, he could teach you, but he can't teach you here. He has his own limitations. And yes, you guys can do what you're doing, but you need to come to my farm and study with me. And I need some help. I need a young man like you to help me out. I got some things to do." And so that was a good example of seeing something hiding straight. And as she said that, her voice turned, everything changed, her face changed. She no longer looked like a witch, her smile, what happened to those missing teeth? They're not there. It wasn't like she took anything away, just kind of smooth. And she gained 50 years. I mean, her skin wasn't wrinkly and pockmarked and zitted and warts. It was like a very pleasant, attractive face. And her hair wasn't all straggly. It became very straight and was like corn silk. It was no longer screaming white, but this corn silk kind of And it just it was like a a filter was lifted, right? And she said, "You go to president of the school, and you tell Larry that I Grace wants you to study with her, and that's the Okron's name, Grace. And I can tell you that. I can't tell you the rest of her name, but I can tell you that, right? That was her given English name, Grace. Anyway, so I did. She left, and I, um, you know, basically stacked the books up, put them in my carrel, closed the head, locked it, walked over to the librarian, gave her my key, and I went to my little, cell. They gave me this little apartment in one of the houses at Trinity in the Commons. It was a nice enough place. I mean, really old, 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 old. And luckily it was summerish because, man, if it was winter, I'd freeze my butt off because it was all stone, no radiator. And it had glass, but it was like, not thermopane. And the wind whistled through this thing like nobody's business. Anyway, I went back to that. I put my jogging shorts on and my jogging shoes and a t-shirt, and I went over to where the physical, gymnasium plate that had a nice pool, a nice, sauna, had a nice steam room. It had a nice track above the basketball courts. They had a big court. You could play almost any sport in that thing. And they had a nice track. So I would walk briskly, and then take a sauna, and then go swimming, and then walk briskly, and then go take a steam. Be there for an hour and do that. And then Archie would show up. He would show up by 2 or 3 o'clock. So I'd get there sometime between 1:30 and 2 o'clock and stay there until he showed up. And then we get dressed, shower, and we'd walk down. You go out of the main gate. Trinity had many gates, but the main gate took you out to this circle that went straight into O'Connell Street, or straight up the hill to where all the rich English people had lived and all the big houses are that were now like lawyer offices and turned into, super duper fancy clothes stores. Or you went the other road, which went down towards the fishing village, the harbor, not the real commercial harbor, modern harbor that Dublin had, but the ancient harbor that the Vikings were on. And it was like a fishing village. And you walked down this road, and on the right side, on the hill that went up to Trinity, were all of these the places that make liquor and beer, and all the Paddies and all the really famous Irish whiskeys were distilled there, and the brews were there. And then on the other side were all these pubs, all these local houses, right? And there'd be a whole bunch, and then there'd be an alley that went in, and there'd be pubs, and there's always music and food. And a public house is great because they have music, they have food, they have booze, they have places you can sit and talk, they have places you can sit and play games. They have corners where they have like snooker and billiards, but you go down those alleys, they were like time tunnels. It was straight out of Harry Potter. It was like very bizarre. And I don't think any of that is left. After they signed the Maastricht Treaty and Ireland became part of the EU, and all the corporations came to hide their tax money, like Microsoft and Apple, and it really. When I went back in 2005, the last time I was in Ireland was 80. 80 is when I came back. 80, 81, right? The fall of 80. And then I didn't go until 2005. and it was so changed. And so that's a good little story about hiding in plain sight. But I tell you to go, all of the things that I've told you to go look at. The one place you should go first is Dark Journalism. Go look at his shows. You want to know about aliens, you want to talk about disclosure, you want to see what's been going on and what's going to go on. He does the best job to, offer you a smorgasbord of things to go check out. Just like I do. Okay, oh, Lana, sweetheart. So everyone, Lindsay, RM, Fish, everyone who's been on the chat, Candace. So I ask you all on the chat to please get a hold of me at the Dude Awake 42 at Gmail, and let's start having a personal conversation right then and there, because it's nice to be on the chat with the family, and a lot of you are really great at opening up your hearts, but it is the World Wide Web, and there's a whole bunch of people out there. But when you get a hold of me on my email, it's just you and me, right? And if you are on WhatsApp or Vibe, and there are other, people have, I'm on this, I don't want to use WhatsApp. I want to use, and so, if you walk me through it, I'll do anything, right? It's like Anthony helped me figure out why a number of my shows were not on public. I couldn't figure it out, and he gave me a nice how to do it. So did Lana and John helped me. So between the three of you guys, I figured it out and put all those shows up there so you can now see them, and they're good. And I'm slowly learning this, but so that's why I like hearing from you guys on the old first the email, and then you can give me your phone number. I'll give you my phone number. If you're in America, we can just talk. If you're in the foreign lands, we can use these point-to-point free phone services, and it's all good, right? And because I want to hear from you. I mean, I love hearing you here, but a lot of you don't say much. I mean, you say a lot. I can read your energy, and you say a lot to each other. That's the beauty of this chat. It's really sweet. It's really, heartfelt, and a lot is said without saying much. But it's also good to have a nice, interesting conversation. And a lot of you folks who don't talk much who do, appear on the chat, have gotten a hold of me on my email, thedudeawake42 at Gmail, and we've had a nice conversation. And the ones in America have given me their phone numbers, and we talk, and that's good. And the ones in foreign lands have put me on some kind of mechanism that we can talk, and that's good. And the more we broaden this discussion, and the more I can assist bringing love co-creation through you guys into your everyday in every way by being your best, all it's going to take is a handful of us to bring forth this new world, and not a new world order, but a new old world order of love's co-creation. So with that, remember, this weekend's very important, and I'm going to do another show tomorrow, probably in the morning, or maybe not. I'm going to go to this place. I have breakfast, and I met this interesting guy who has been in the, he's like a smart Forrest Gump. He's been in the military most of his life, and he keeps popping into he's a guy who's right on time, and he's got some amazing stories. He's seen amazing things, And he is, I have this one. I have many different logos, and I used to hang with Christine Barton, who's the smartest human being on the planet, and she got her PhD thesis at Stanford. She wrote a algorithm, which was the foundation for modern computer graphics. The logo for Pixar is that little lamp that moves around in three. That's the first three-dimensional expression in a digital format of algorithm um, for animation. So you can move it around. It's totally fluid, right? And that was her PhD thesis, right? And Stanford said, "Oh wow, well Chris, that's great, but we own it. You don't own it. We do. Yes, you wrote it. It came all out of your mind, but here's your PhD, and here you can go work at this lab, and they'll pay you pretty good, and you will make stuff for them, which will give you more street cred, and soon you'll be able to do whatever the heck you want, and you'll get paid whatever you want." But all of these things, you have to pay your dues. Now you paid a lot of dues by you jumped up like 10 years by just spending 6 months doing this. So we know you're pretty special. So anyway, she had one of her best friends was Louise Etra, and her husband is the Rudd Etra synthesizer, which was a video synthesizer, to do animation, but it was analog. So it was the most Rube Goldberg thing. And the boys were real morons, and Christine and Louise were like rocket scientists. So they were best friends. I'm hanging with Christine. And so it was like we were like the three amigos. And we were at this, we would go to these really fancy parties with really rich people who were supposed to be smart and innovators, the Silicon Valley kids. That's when I realized all those morons are just that, morons. They're pop jobs. Now Wozniak, another story. That guy was, he was doing it, but Jobs was just the figurehead, just the poster boy. And so we were at this party, and and everyone's kind of pretty lit, smoking, drinking, and somebody came by and hit us with a few drops, and no one else had the guts to do that. And those girls, they were fearless. Anyway, so we're on this beautiful balcony, and we're up in the hills, and it's dark, so we can see the stars, and the city below is twinkling away. And Louise said, here we are with the alleged smart people, and they're dumber than a sack of doorknobs. And what the real essence is, we're the three amigos, and our logo is when things get weird, the weird get professional. And that was straight up what I am for sure. And these girls were way more professional than I was. I mean, they were, Christine is, my God, she's probably on another planet in another galaxy. I mean, and she was, all the men were scared of her, and they thought she was a dweeb, and she was tall, and she didn't have big tits, but she was very attractive. And her body was just perfect for what she was. And she was we had the three of us had just had the greatest of times, just so much fun. And they were so brilliant. And I had the blessings to just be around them while they were doing this amazing stuff. And they liked me because I kind of understood what they were doing, so they could talk to me without, because the people who were like their supervisors, their bosses, the owners of the businesses, they had no idea what they were doing. They knew that they were the smartest folk there. That's why they were told that, and that's why they hired them. That's why they let them do it. They just gave them the resources they need, and they had supervisors, but they were useless. And those folks would let me hang because they realized they needed a human that could communicate to these ladies, and I could do both. I was right there in between it, and I could keep the morons away from these ladies, right? And so they could be the creative geniuses that they were. I mean, Christine, she was straight out of the Matrix. I mean, she had this black room, not a light. She had a light on her desk. That was it, one light. And she had 20 screens. And the code was just coming straight down. And she had 5 keypads. And, she just would go from, she didn't like stop. And she was just looking at it. She was saying everything at once. And she was typing on 5 different keypads. And, it was like unfreaking believable, right? And she just liked, I was like her puppy dog. She just liked me sitting in the room with her, And when she would get a neck ache, I would, I'm a great masseuse. I would work on her neck, her back, her, whatever she wanted me to rub, I would rub it. And it was a room. There was nobody. It was just her and me. We could do anything in that room. And she just loved the fact that I was there because I loved her and I loved being with her and I loved her being successful and I loved being her muse. And that's what she used to call me. She called me her Balto. I took her to the Central Park and showed her the statue of Balto and told her how my first wife called me Balto. And she goes, yeah, it fits. You're the alpha sled dog. You're pulling me along and I'm the guy who's the boss on the sled and you're the, yep. So that was a great 2 years. We just had so much fun and she just, now I could have made up, jumped in the middle of that. That was in the early 1980s when that whole computer thing was, taking off like a rocket ship. But I was there to be, my focus was on her betterment, not on my taking advantage. And she knew that. And that's why both those ladies really loved me. And there was a whole crew of them that would like these guys. And they were the outsiders at Stanford, but they were the brilliant ones, right? And so I got to know all those people. And I had a great time for those 2 years, right? And like I said, she got to this point where, she evolved to a point where, she was just in that screen, right? And I really feel that she went off and she went from where we were to out to Long Island to NYIT, New York Institute of Technology, and made that one of the world's greatest artificial intelligence labs in the world, right? And it was hooked up with Brookhaven, and I think that's where she went off planet because they beam people off planet out of Brookhaven. That whole area from Brookhaven up to Montauk. Or go read what's his name? It's called the Montauk Project by. I used to work with him. I was part of a research program out of the U.S. Psychotronic Society. Al Bielek, Duncan, and what's his name? He's a big boy. He was bigger than I was. I was starting to get to be a big boy, but he was a big boy. Preston Nichols, that's the boy's name. And there was 2 more boys. And 2 ladies and movers who were really, they were like the witches from Shakespeare. They were coven. But they were physicists. They had worked on the Manhattan Project. And they worked on everything in between. And so that's like science, magic, religion. They're the same thing. Carlos Castanedas lived with 2 women for a while as polyamorous. Yeah, that's kind of we were. Well, the 3 of us were polyamorous. Christine and I were a thing, but and Louise was married, so that was the story. It's just her husband. I mean, he was an all right guy, but his ego, because they made this Rube Goldberg synthesizer. It was the first video synthesizer, and they made a chunk of change, but it was obsolete before they could start manufacturing it. ABC bought one, NBC bought one, and that was about it. And then it was obvious that the digital way was going to be. And once Christine made that algorithm that made that lamp, just be alive, that's when the Rube Goldberg analog stuff went out the window. So yes, we were the three amigos, but Louise was married and really loved her husband. They had a very nice little relationship, and sometimes it was, two couples, but again, his ego was just woo, and I was I was the youngest. They weren't that much older than me. He was older, Louise and Christine were probably a year or two older than me, and he was probably 8 years older than them. And anyway, so that's that story. And I haven't seen any of those guys. 83 was the last time I saw those guys. And like I say, I think they're off planet, When he was young. Of course, he lived with his coven in later years. Yeah. And, what is a coven but a cadre, right? It's just a different word. That's why I'm a real stickler about words, because they can, people hear the word, occult and esoteric. When you translate them from Greek, all they mean is one means hidden information, and the other means more like rarefied information, like for the rich and powerful, but not magic or devil worship or any of that. Oh man! Now you have to realize that there is, good and bad that is kind of irrelevant, but there is evil, and evil comes out of the worship of self and ego. And what is evil spelled backwards? But to live, right? What is the derivation of living? It means an individual expressing themselves as their ego. Whereas if you are co-creating, you're in service to love. So that's the difference. And that's where you can go off the reservation with evil and see your thought. What I'm saying to you is, you got next 4 days, there's stuff going up in the sky, and you can, if you are conscious intent on what you want to do, bingo, right? And if you have a conscious awareness of your 20 and 360, you will not be harmed. And that is the problem with evil, is that it takes, that book, The Secret. And again, I don't want to call it, it's basically dumb bullshit, but it can get so it's dumb bullshit. But if you read that book and you believe it, right, it can, squeeze you into that little space of evil pretty easily. But you can still take that same technology of that book and plug it into service to love's co-creation, and that's fine. See what I mean? There's this very subjective and not very objective use of this, and that's why the use of language is very important, because once the thought comes in your mind, that's why you have to be almost put you got to put that's why people put the tinfoil on their head, because you don't want bad thoughts coming, those evil thoughts coming into your mind, because then you say evil words. Once you say evil words, man, you manifest into action, which brings you those outcomes that you just don't want, like war, famine, pestilence. And it's pretty obvious that we have passed
a certain hump because all those things have been doubled down on us in the last 20 years and we're still here, right? And so that's why we need to be conscious intent to serve love's co-creation, because just doing that will double down on making sure that evil cannot get a purchase. It's like hanging on by its fingernails, and it needs to just leave because we're in another dimension, right? And that's what happened with the Dark Ages, around 400. This same evil showed up, and it was a real opportunity at that time for humanity to take off. I mean, there were a lot of folk who understood everything that is the technology and science of this new age, right? And the new age was happening then, and it was kept down on the farm by the Vatican. They're the ones who brought us the Dark Ages, right? And they ran it for 900 years, and then they realized they were making a mistake on their business plan, just keeping, the proles on the farm living in their own slop wasn't getting them. They weren't making any money, and they weren't getting anywhere. And they had solidified their power structure, so they loosened things up. And every time things get loosened up, that's when humanity shines, right? So, and it usually comes with a dark age. So, we've been having a pretty good dark age since Jack got whacked. I mean, we had a dark age starting with Civil War. We had a dark age starting with Christopher Columbus here killing, 6 million indigenous people in Hispaniola, Haiti, in the first 2 years after he came back from Spain. So all these dots are connected. And it's all right in your face. There's nothing hidden. It's hidden in plain sight. So all of you who want a little more clearer dynamic, get a hold of me at the dudeawake42 at Gmail. And anyone who wants to throw anything in my PayPal, I would surely appreciate it. And all those who have already, I truly appreciate it. And it works very nicely in that it's like I always, the account that goes into pays automatic things. My phone, my insurance, my few other things that keep me alive. And in the last, 3 years that I've been doing this, and I've only had to PayPal probably a year and a half, it is within $1 or $2, always just taking care of it, right? And I have faith that it's doing it, so I'm not even worrying about it. But I do have to remind you guys, if you have something spare, and any amount's good. And what I really, some people, throw in a nice chunk, which is really appreciated. If you can do that, it's no skin off your nose. I really appreciate that. Otherwise, people send in small little sums. I think $5 is the smallest PayPal wants you to send, but that's fine. And so when people send sums of that size, that's when I really appreciate that they did it, because they probably don't have a lot to share. So every little bit you send me helps and keeps me doing this, right? I don't run on about this. I don't have a commercial every 3 minutes, but I do try and remind you at the beginning, middle, and end. And that's about it. So, Candace, good to see you. Len C, Lana, all the rest. I love you all. Again, get a hold of me at the dudeawake42. Give me any other mechanism you want to like talk. I like talking to folk. I like having the and I talked to maybe 8 of you guys. I've gotten a mechanism to connect, and so there we go. It's time to go to sleep. Oh, it's almost 1 a.m. and it's almost 5 hours. So I'm ready to go. I'm tired. Okie doke. But I'll see you tomorrow. Right? Okay. Boop, 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 boop.